Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to PHL Championships. It's day 2. We have our final 4 teams here. We're going to crown a winner today. I'm Waltz. I'm going to be running through the first couple games here. I am joined by my incredible co-casters. We got Artie, Jerry, and Rio here to walk us through all the games today. And we have some amazing teams. There's our top 4 teams. We've been through this. We saw the bracket. Jerry, as we look towards this bracket, you wanted to run us through and kind of explain, how did we get here? We have 4 teams, but what was the route that these 4 teams took? Because for some of them, it was a long one.
Well, their route mostly involved sending the 8 other teams home and packing. That was the story of yesterday. And for some of them, it was a lot smoother than others. The North American sides, as we have a look up on the bracket soon, you'll be able to see that Team Ed and Nightmare in our upper bracket final, that's going to be our first match today, they both swept the board. They managed to make their way through to this upper bracket final, only each dropping well, not dropping a single map, in fact. And they only played 2 series yesterday, so a very, very quick route that they have. And then our lower bracket sides, Alliance and Team Secret, the 2 biggest hitters in EU, well, they had a lot more fighting to do. They had to, they got sent down there. Well, I mean, it was Alliance and Team Secret going down by the hands of Team Ed and Nightmare. So yeah, we've already seen the NA sides come out on top in these 3 versus 3s. So you've got to be really hoping that something different will happen today for EU if they're to clinch it at the end.
Absolutely. It is going to be a long road for them, but looking kind of towards the NA, because NA did end up on that top side. Rio, we're guaranteed to have one NA team in the grand finals for sure. You can see
Yeah.
Ed versus Nightmare there are going to be facing off. Do you think we're going to see 2? Does EU have a chance to
Ooh.
make the run through? Because going through Nightmare or Ed is an uphill battle because they already did that.
Yeah, that's a really good question because I am hopeful. I think that's the best way of putting it. In my mind, I would love to see an NA versus EU in the grand final, but yeah, are we going to get there? I don't know. In my mind, I kind of think that Nightmare was going to lose to Ed and then drop down and then probably come back up. That's my quick prediction, but hey, I have no idea which way it's going to play out because all of these teams are genuinely stacked. As Jerry said, we sent 8 of them home and we're down to just 4. So yeah, it's going to be intense.
Now, Artie, I know that you have been working with these teams, as the coach of Team Secret as well. You definitely have kind of an inside scoop into how they think about this. It does feel like NA has been the dominant region for a while now. Do these EU teams look to NA for how to play, or is it about trying to come up with their own method of play that can trump those ideas?
I definitely say it's not necessarily looking to NA for how to play, but you have to look at NA to understand how they play. I mean, if you're still sitting here in season 7 of the finals and you're saying that there's no difference between the NA and EU playstyle, I don't think we've been watching the same broadcasts because the way that these NA teams play is with this type of aggression that EU teams just don't typically fall under. And a lot of that has changed the understanding of how we as Team Secret have started to approach some of these matches, obviously with varying levels of success. But I think yesterday was probably one of the best showings that we ever had to see, all right, when these teams are going at it, what is something that we can take away from it, right? How do we approach things differently? How do we look at what we were doing and figure out, okay, was this a micro mistake? Was this a macro mistake? And not only that, but what matches, what fights, what even just cash outs did we lose because we were taking a fight with a completely different understanding. So going through that, we spent some long hours trying to figure out, all right, this is the adaptations. And I guarantee you that not only was Team Secret making those adaptations, but everybody out there. I know Young pulled a very long night after we fist fought in a parking lot, but I'm so excited to see because once we
Amazing.
get done with the NA matches, we're gonna be seeing Team Secret and Alliance go through it. So
That
Well, I'm
fist
very
fight
excited for that.
determines the map pans, doesn't it, for the lower semi-final?
That's
it
the
was.
Who
seeding.
won? Who gets
I
to pick
got
first?
So I got the first fight, but Young he got to my ankles. I had to crawl back home. So he did. So we trading blows.
Well, I appreciate Young not messing your face up so we could see your beautiful face on the stream. It is definitely appreciated. But let's dive into the first match we're going to see, which is Ed versus Nightmare. Neither team dropping a single match so far. 1 and 2 in the regional groups during our play days. So not surprising to see them here. Rio, I want you to kind of give us sort of an outline of what to expect from these different teams, because you've talked a lot about sort of what you normally expect from Nightmare. Have they
Mhm.
surprised you in this champ series?
Yeah, they have surprised me, mainly because this whole season has been a very different play style for Uni. Their entire team loves to play around him, and previously they would kind of like let him go, let him fly and let him do his own thing, and then regroup as a team. But since we have the healer infuser meta, it's kind of interesting to see Uni play with his team, which sounds funny to say, but that's really what he's been doing, and it's been working. Maybe Uni just needed a slight little change so that his team could hold on to them. But with that said, Team Ed and Team Nightmare going against each other, I just don't know what to think because these are top teams, and one of them is going to lose. One of these teams is not going to make it, and I just don't know if the Uni is the key to this or if Ed has this all figured out.
Yeah. And speaking of these teams, we do have our map bans already set up. So we are going to have Nozomi, Seoul, Sis Horizon, Fortune, and Bernal. So that's going to be Nozomi first, Seoul, Sis Horizon, Fortune Stadium, and then Bernal. An interesting group of matches. A couple interesting things to point out here. Nightmare have not lost a map on Bernal. They have not lost a single
Wow.
map on Bernal. Meanwhile, Team Ed also have not lost a single map on Seoul. So both teams getting some of their best maps in here. Now Nozomi, Ed's worst map by far in their group stages. So or do you think we're going to see maps play a factor into this and these one-on-one at teams at this level? How much is that going to break things down?
I mean, we talked about that a bit yesterday about like individual map stuff, especially as it came to Alliance. And hey, Alliance proved me wrong on that. But I will say it's less about the maps and more about individual POIs on those maps that you can play around. I
Mhm.
think Seoul is the best example of that to talk about, right? Where you have Hospital, even Fortune Stadium Hospital, where you have these teams that have really practiced and really stratted for specific POIs and for specific areas. And so obviously that's what we love about the finals and that sandbox is that you get that RNG. You don't always get to guarantee that there is that cash out that we prepped for. We prepped all night last night looking for notes, looking to figure out, all right, this is how we're gonna do this differently, and then that'll never come up again. You'll never get that again in a tournament forever. So, there is a chance that the maps play into it, but I guess we'll have to wait and find out.
All right. Well, we do have the teams in the lobby. We're going to be sending this map in just a moment. So before I send Artie and Jerry into the game, we're going to go ahead and get some quick predictions because I am a Nightmare stan. I'm always going to love seeing Lasagna play. I think Nightmare have a chance to pull this out over Ed. Otherwise, Ed could have a quick win. But Rio, let's get your prediction real quick. Ed or Nightmare?
Team Ed.
All right. We got a team Ed from you. Jerry, who do you think is going to be taking this one away?
I've got to go with Team Nightmare in the 3 versus 3. I feel like they've just got that edge.
Ooh, okay. So we got Nightmare, one for Ed, two for Nightmare. Artie, the last prediction. Who are you going with?
Lamp Grad, I'm sorry, I got Nightmare on this. I
All
just
right.
they have convinced me.
All right. Well, the panel seems to think that Nightmare have the upper edge. Let's see if they can actually pull this out. Artie and Jerry, I'm going to send you into the match to kick off day 2 of the PHL champs with Nightmare versus Ed. Really excited to see you guys take this one out.
Alrighty, Jerry, it's time to get started on Nozomi Citadel for the first match of the day. Can't believe it's come down to this. After all of our time here in season 1, we're finally down to the top 4. Jerry, it's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you too, Artie. Nice to get into the action here. And yeah, we both back Nightmare here. Something about, I don't know, maybe it's specifically Uni just in 3v3s has its moments. But yesterday, didn't graduating have just the moment of the entire playoff so far with that 1 versus 5 against Alliance? So every team has their heroes, and it's just about who steps up on the day. No time to get warm. We are straight into the action here.
Yeah.
Some posturing around this fire building. Oh, maybe going down a few too many floors there. Graduating will want to regroup with his team. Yeah.
Love to see that. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we were looking at when we were VOD reviewing is the way that Uni moves around. And it's about how they start the engagements, the way that they're poised when those engagements start. You never want to take the angle first. And that's one of the key differences between NA and EU is that when Light does end up taking an angle, it's usually after, or it's before the engagement, not after. Whereas both Team Ed and Nightmare, they have a really good understanding of what they need to do in order to stay poised in a way that lets them, keep that first engagement civil with the H+ infuser, and a beautiful shot there by Grad, just dashing out, getting into that gateway with the vault before the glitch hits. Jerry, this is already cinematic.
Yeah, very smooth move there. It didn't look super impressive, but you know the skill required to place that gateway exactly where you need to, and not take any damage as well in the process. Really, really nice stuff. So they spare themselves an early fight, and Team Ed on the defensive here. Nightmare looking to circle around, setting up what seems to be I was going to say a crossfire, but no, they're both approaching from this building, just at different heights. And it's the M11 in the hands of Uni as well, which won't be as effective at the range as we can see. He's just taking some time to regroup, perhaps, with his team. But Grad, with the first pick already, opens it up onto Lasagna. Thankfully for Nightmare, they can fall back and get this res, but Normalize, he's hunting them.
Wow. Yeah, already Team Ed, they shifted off of their height right into Nightmare when it mattered most. A missed winch there will give the opportunity for Grem to recover a little bit, but already with a numbers advantage, there's only so much that you can do. I mean, a beautiful start to it all. Over here on this side of Nozomi, this plays so differently to the rest of the map because we have that opportunity to stay on that height. Look at this replay again real quick. See the Grem just, almost had what it took, but looking to see, honestly, with Team Ed retaining this height, and I want to watch how Nightmare makes his approach, knowing that they're going to get spotted out immediately. Wait, maybe not. Casters.
They've actually, yeah, they've managed to hide their approach quite decently. They get that really close gateway. They're going to round the corner and potentially find some contact. No, doesn't know how close he was there. It's player in the next room, Lasagna.
He's still behind him.
He's still behind him. He takes some shots. Finally, Lamp emerges and deals death to Lasagna. And now Nightmare down a player on this attack. Uni caught lacking as well with a great bit of DMAT play. Lamp seals the deal. Team Ed with some sneaky placement in that building. Catch Nightmare's attack off guard.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. The kidnap here is so good. I mean, that's what you love to see. Shotgun in disguise, that Pike. But yeah, I mean, Team Ed just held on to that. Nightmare still haven't had a chance to show their stuff just yet. I'm feeling kind of silly for my predictions, but hey, everybody needs a warm up every now and again. Vault not going to be necessarily committed with the gateway here just yet, unless Grad decides to change his mind. But they are definitely winning the approach. Here we go. Gateway started, aiming over towards the Cyber Cafe on Cash Out C, and I think they should be able to get this gateway out before Nightmare has a chance to ape. Here it is.
Yeah. Nice. Again, a very smooth maneuver coming out from Team Ed. They are just that little bit ahead at the moment. Switched on a bit more. Nightmare, they shouldn't worry. They've got plenty of time to come back, but you never want to be fighting an uphill battle. And here we go. Already on Overwatch is graduating with that 93R. Great glitch that hits at least 2 targets. But they are able to cross. Lands a lot of damage onto Lasagna. They're going to get juiced back up by Uni. So now the attack force of Nightmare are minus a bit of H+ Infuser, but that will recharge fairly quickly. Such a big impact this has made in the meta. Now Nightmare can really take their time.
Yeah. I think they're gonna poise to get set up with a jump pad DMAT, possibly over to the side. Here it is. Jump pad DMAT up to the top. Very, very big opening. This is going to turn everybody on Team Ed towards Lasagna, but Uni and Grem come from the bottom. Nice big opening damage means that Lamp goes down first, but from the back, Grad gets a pinch. Normalize on the res already. The Grem and Uni, they can't match that freak just yet. Just down to Grad now. No chance for Grad to bring up one of his teammates, but even though Nightmare lost Lasagna, it's going to be a well-fought battle. That's Team Ed falling for the first time on Nozomi Citadel. And for Nightmare, this is perfect timing. They're going to have less than 1 minute, Team Ed, to come back. But this type of hard defense has been Nightmare's kryptonite before.
Yeah, they'll have to be careful, but that execute was really clean. I loved the flank, the pincer maneuver from Gremlin, just getting up to, or rather Lasagna, getting up to that high ground, dematting him through the wall. While the main core, the light and the heavy, that duo that we've come to love so much, just make their way up, but they are being made mincemeat of. Down goes Graduating and Gremlin. It's an uneven 2 versus 2, but Normalize able to get his light back up. Team Ed have a chance here on the attack. They could seal this out, especially with that damage landed onto Lasagna. And there it is, finished off by Grad. It's only one player left. Uni has to defend this, and he can't do it. That's the steal working out for Team Ed, and they're going to take Nozomi in 2.
Like I said, that hard defense right there for Nightmare, it can just get away from them when pacing those engagements. Team Ed just has it down pat with where they need to put Grad at any given time. And it is so difficult to know whether or not that early aggression to match into Team Ed on their approach, if it's needed, if it's warranted, or if backing into the stall. But again, when you're at the very top of the top and that NA aggression is at its finest, can be a difficult decision to make, but Team Ed very convincingly take our first map of the day.
Yeah, really smooth stuff. They won 14 fights, I think, in that, and their eliminations wouldn't reflect that. It's really even across the board. Maybe it was only 3, maybe I've miscounted. Either way, that was a really solid performance from Team Ed. They are going into this now not as favorites from the casting desk. We all had Nightmare as the team to win, but let's not forget Team Ed were the top seed in NA, and they're the top seed overall, especially going into this weekend. It would be foolish to count them out of anything.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like Lamp and Grad, like specifically, were like, "Hey, Artie, we hear what you said, and gonna absolutely throw that back in your face." So, I mean, you know what though? It's exactly what we talked about. It's good macro, it's good positioning, it's good control. I feel like it's a lot of shot calling from both Lamp and Grad to figure out what timing is needed when things get difficult. But yeah, on Nozomi, that whole right hand side of the map, the Cyber Cafe, it is difficult to get right.
It can be, and it does feel very different to the rest of the map. You're right. It's got one of the lowest roofs of any part of the map, so you really can just play from that rooftop and feel like you are always within arm's reach of a good engagement on the defense. Whereas when you're defending a building, as we saw from both teams, in fact, in the sort of further district, I'm really bad with callouts. It was the Via portion of the map. It was a lot harder. You know, that in tight knit in those buildings, they really couldn't exert much control over the approach. We saw maybe a little bit of chip damage coming in from Uni at one point, but that was about it. And the attacks were much more successful over that portion of the map. So it does feel like an even balance when it comes to those sorts of engagements. But Team Ed on top overall, like we say, Nightmare only winning 1 fight so far. They'll need to step their game up.
100%, especially if they want a shot at that prize pool. Currently sitting at 3,015 and some change, thanks to all the love and support on Twitch. So, thank you everybody who has supported that prize pool. Jumping in now to look at Nightmare on the vault already as Team Ed. They cross over, had that spawn on Hospital, but this time around, the vault poised somewhat in the center. I keep saying the word poised today. That's my poison, I guess. But
there's a lot of poise involved in these engagements. It really is about timing, it's about coordination and patience. And Lamp being a little bit impatient there, getting into a fray while the rest of his team are still setting up. Normalize can't make good on his position, also taking about half his damage, and there Grad joining the rest of the team. Everyone on Team Ed likes themselves at 50% HP, it seems. They've got to get back in, but Nightmare are closing them down. They're not allowing that regen to kick in. Uni finds Grad. That's the light battle 1 for Nightmare. A 3 versus 2 becomes a 3 versus 1. Now it's only Lamp with double deagles out. Can he make some heroics happen? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that. He has to bail out with the mesh shield as well. It won't bail him out of this situation. Uni closes him down. Some interesting switch-up play coming out from Team Ed. Even though they were ahead of the game, they're not resting on their laurels, but it's worked against them here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a pretty much a Soul special, right? Pretty much no team is running that mesh shield anymore. But on a map like Soul, especially when it comes to crossing this large format over on Hospital, I mean, it makes a lot of sense that they're going to be picking it up. And especially on Soul, you don't typically see a lot of cash out manipulation. And already, Grad going to go out yet again. First in fight to die twice. That means Nightmare, they definitely know what they're looking for this time around. Stick a long res onto Grem to bring him back up, knowing that Grad can't approach on the bridge, but Grad, he just diffed Lasagna all the way down towards the bottom to be seeing him recover. No, his health bar reset and the gas as well. Is he gonna be able to hide just behind this cart? Uni down, matching the HP now. Looking like Grad possibly is able to escape with his life here. Let the team coin back in. Just 5 more seconds. The issue is coining on this hospital is going to be so difficult. They will spawn over at the other side on Hospital Tech. Lamp will have to wait for Normalize to put out an angle pad in order to come back.
The thing is, though, what makes it difficult to cross usually is that people can set up to counter that angle, but Grad has the counter to that angle by playing on top of that building, so that has allowed an opening for Normalize and Lamp to cross relatively unscathed. In fact, Lasagna took more damage than Normalize in that instance. He is juiced back up, though, of course, not separated from his team the way that Team Ed are. They have to regroup here, and they will do. They've found their way back into this. They only have one fight, realistically, to try and take this cash out, Artie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what we love about Seoul, that hospital we were just talking about. Team Ed, they typically are pretty good at this. Nightmare, though, going to be opening up, getting a little bit cheekier shots. Lamp not able to make those double deagles get their value out here. Going to be doming out, take this fight a little bit early. Looking like Nightmare, though. They're not budging. They know that they have the stall potential here, not trying to falter the same way they did on Nozomi. But as Graham drops all the way down to the bridge, he is going to be struggling to find a place in this crazy world. But looking like Normalize, dematting that cash, falls into a jump pad. It'll be a lot harder for Team Ed to commit to this. They have to commit Normalize to it. But Lamp, he's going to be dealing damage. Norm is out, Grad is out, Lamp, few HP remaining, and Nightmare take the cash, take the team fight, and they take Hospital, Jerry.
Lasagna with some really crucial kills on the back end of that fight, and you could see just how much it matters when you've got that mesh shield instead of the winch. See here, at this point, really good position for Lamp, but then he had to throw out the mesh just to prolong himself. Wasn't able to throw out a winch to give himself an edge in a fight aggressively. And sometimes that's the trade-off you make. If you're ahead in a fight, the mesh can be fight winning. It can just suck up your opponent's resources into that big health pool, but if you're behind, it's not gonna get you back into a fight like that. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
Absolutely, but yeah, looking like Nightmare really is shaping up differently compared to the last one. And Lamp already, though, trading that out. An RPG to take out Lasagna. Means no defibs in this fight, but Graham and Uni, they will try to prio that trophy if they can find it. For now, though, Team Ed, they're coming in control over here at the apartments. The question is for Nightmare, if they can't get Lasagna's trophy back, once he coins in, what's the approach going to be? They have to stick together to get value out of that H+ infuser from Uni, but at the same time, it is very difficult to get up to this height.
Just waiting, biding his time, of course. They do need that reconnect. Lasagna spawning on top of Petronel Plaza, interestingly. Does give him some nice angles to try and contest here, but he's also very out in the open himself. If he can get picked, we can see Uni very low, or rather Grad very low on HP on the other side of this. But he's managed to duck out of that and regen. But that has given an opening here for the rest of his team, Uni and Gremlin, to try and get close. They are now fighting a 2 versus 3, though, up top. Taking a lot of damage onto Team Ed, but both sides not in the best position. Lasagna finally closes that gap and he can start a steal. C4 is preset, but Gremlin has more important things at hand.
Oh, there we go. Graham, though, already dropped down, 0 HP. Normalized, finishing him off with the pike there. Lasagna going to get chunked away too, but it's traded out with Lamb. But Uni, fortunately, caught out with that pike, aiming down towards him. I mean, this side of the apartments here, where you get all these closed quarter battles, it really is favoring Team Ed's, you know, slightly different approach. They've got the mesh shield, they've got the double deagles. I have to say, this is somehow favoring them over here, where I thought maybe they'd have a better chance over in Hospital. But you know what? Sometimes this is just the finals. You never really can tell what's going to happen. They're already staging all the way out towards the other side of Hospital Tech, trying to figure out where that next vault's going to come from.
Showing off the katana. Like to see it from Normalize. Yeah, it's been very close in terms of kills between these two sides. In fact, we've only really seen 3 full team fights so far.
Yeah.
And Nightmare have had the better of Ed for the most part, but of course, it's not about how many team fights you win. It's about when you win them in this game. And that crucial one towards the end of that cash box being secured means Team Ed are in with the chance here. They really need to be. To
100%.
Continue their dominance in this series, of course. Nightmare fighting from behind overall. They wouldn't mind taking Seoul and tying this series up.
Absolutely. And, I got a question here as well. Most of the time when scrims are underway on Soul, most teams just go for under construction. So having standard issue Soul here does put a little bit of added pressure on these rotations, making sure that these teams can, stay in a place where they can be competitive no matter what the counter is. And for now, Team Ed, they have two options: rotate all the way around and have maybe an easier approach on Petronel, or for now, just head straight towards the engagement. Try to match up Nightmare on Data Center. They're going to be underneath already thanks to a well-placed gateway. Healing up thanks to that blueberry, but Jerry, Nightmare's not budging from the top, but Ed's leaving a little bait downstairs.
Yeah, this is a very tasty approach here. That cash box being dropped deliberately here so that Ed can approach without any risk of being read into. A single DMAT could open this all up at any given moment. This fight really is on a knife edge, Ardy. They've got the angles covered here. Nightmare taking extreme height. They've gone all the way to the top of the billboards. The objective is not in the minds of them right now. They want the wipe. Both teams need to win the 3 versus 3.
Yeah, checks out. Grad has a nice pinch there over on the opposite stairwell. We see Lasagna trying to just ice fish, trying to look out. Team Ed finally going for the plugs. This has been a long enough wait. It's going to force Nightmare down from their height off the billboards. We do see Nightmare really taking their time here, more so than I thought. Checking every nook and cranny for Team
Too
Ed.
many exits
Normalize
to
on the
watch.
angle.
There's too many exits to watch here for Nightmare. They are scrambling a little bit. I feel like if Team Ed time this well, they could get the kills they need, but the onus is actually on Nightmare. Of course, Team Ed are the team that have plugged here. It feels like Nightmare have been defending for the past 4 minutes, but really, Team Ed, they can take their time.
Yeah, this is actually very measured from Nightmare because they know Team Ed could get antsy, especially knowing how Grad and Normalize like to play. And for Nightmare, they want one swift engagement. They want to be able to take their time on it, and it doesn't necessarily force them out of position until there's 1 minute left on that cache. Now, with 1 minute left, they've sort of checked all their angles. They know they've swapped over. Normalize and Lasagna going to be going at it. Battle of the Pikes here. Lasagna has the added benefit of being in range of that 8+ diffuser. Grad going to take a couple shots before dashing off the back. Do see that Nightmare, though. They already lose Grem in the heavy. Normalize takes out Lasagna. Oh, what started as a well-tempered and well-measured approach from Nightmare has slowly shifted away. Uni finds one, but the RPG deletes, and with such little time remaining, Jerry, I don't know if Nightmare actually has a shot.
Oh, this could be Team Ed's map after that, and that was a really nicely taken fight by Team Ed. Took all the time in the world. Like we said, they didn't need to initiate, but they were the ones that eventually went for those ones, and every single player found their opposite class to an extent. We had a little bit of an assist at the end there from the RPG of Lamp to seal the deal, but it was really graduating that did the heavy lifting in the fight against Uni. So yeah, it does look as though this map will go the way of Team Ed, and we're going to tie up this best of 5, one apiece.
Wow. I mean, yeah, not necessarily one apiece. It's could be Team Ed taking that second.
Oh yeah,
right?
I'm wrong.
So,
I'm wrong.
I was I trusted you fully for a moment. But yeah, I mean, we got six elims there from Lamp, showing that the double deagles mesh shield approach. Hey, look at what happened yesterday with Saints 1 though. Off meta Mickey, at some points it was working out really well, and not only that, but you keep the same energy from your other two, your medium and your light in this case. Everything's going to work well. And this is what I love about the finals, is that we have maps like Seoul where teams feel comfortable pulling different things out. And I will say that one wasn't as close. I mean, look at the kill lines. The kill lines are identical across both teams. And so for Nightmare, even though this was a loss, it was basically just one team fight difference. And so given that understanding on this next run up, I have to say, even though Nightmare is on map point for this best of 5, it doesn't feel like it.
No, and that map in particular, I've been kind of keeping track of the number of team fights. It was so low, especially for such a slow game. There were points where the vault was left in the open, and no one was fighting over it, or no one was, shooting over it.
Yeah.
And that final cash out, and as well, the last 2 cash outs, in fact, only 1 team fight happened. We had 2 on the first cash out. And yeah, in terms of team fights, it was actually even 2 apiece. Nightmare are not that far behind here, but Team Ed are winning when it matters. And they could be about to, in a really kind of pedestrian manner, book their spot in the grand final. It's really strange. A lot of the time, these upper bracket finals are like the most exciting ones of the whole weekend. But this, unless Nightmare can wake up from this nightmare, then I mean, they're just gonna be fighting their sleep paralysis demons in the lower bracket.
I like it. There you go. But yeah, I mean, that last fight on Data Center just felt so out of touch with what Nightmare is known for. I mean, I can get that they wanted to make one fight matter the most, but when you do have the time to work with, especially before the vault was plugged, I don't get why you wouldn't just go for that second fight anyway. I mean, if it was Hospital, yeah, absolutely, but Data Center is one of the easiest places to run up on Soul. So this time around, though, now the stakes are even higher. No room for error for Nightmare outside of just maybe one cash out here. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. And already, Nightmare looking a lot more active. The fight taking place within 15 seconds of the map starting, and Lasagna gonna be getting the first pick onto Lamp. Normalized looking for the trophy, gonna be running away. The entirety of Nightmare behind him. Graham almost goes down, but Uni catches Grad out before the final damage can be dealt. Normalized almost gets away and lets his health bar recharge, but for now, Nightmare, they look like they are finally awake. No more sleep paralysis.
Yeah, not so sleepy anymore. That was much more like it. They don't want to go out without a fight here. Imagine. If this was a best of 3, they'd be gone already. And thankfully for them, there is an extra lifeline here. And then even, I suppose, the extra lifeline of the lower bracket. But they don't want to go there. They want to make sure that they have plenty of time to prepare for that upper bracket, or rather the grand final. And yeah, like if they fight every single fight like that from now until the end of this series, then of course they'll win. But they've given themselves a real mountain to climb here, and Team Ed only need to be... They don't even need to be the best here. They can be the second best. This is really nice. Are they preparing a DMAT hole here? They are.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, DMAT matches DMAT, but Normalized does fall from his perch and still be making this approach there. And as Uni goes out early, that means no H+ Diffuser on this next approach. That allows Graham to go down here without much of a pushback, and Lasagna, only so much he can do with a pike right now. Normalized just playing with his food before getting that quick melee. And that's Team Ed coming in clutch.
What's even funnier about that is that Normalized was on 1 HP the whole time. So he knew that even if he died, Uni would just pick up the kill there for him, or rather, Graduate would pick up the kill there for him. But he also knew that he wanted the timer to go down. So yeah, perfect play for Normalized. And yeah, a bit of BM, you're gonna be honest.
Oh yeah, I think Grad was just like keeping him in his sights, just like, tell me when, boss, just ready to go. Looking to see now as Nightmare makes their approach in. Uni already taking some chunk damage. One pike shot might make a difference here. We do see him get his HP back, but quickly down to 1 HP. H+ Diffuser gonna be prioed here to make sure Lasagna doesn't suffer the same fate. We see now as they drop the cash out 2 floors lower. We see Team Ed still retaining their place up on high. Graham gonna just hold this cash out, running it down to the bottom. He is knocked off, but eventually Grad and Uni both find 1 kill each, but Grad down to half HP will be forced away. This does give Graham a really good opportunity, but Lamp is still there trying to shunt everybody off this cash out. The steal needs to be committed now. The winch is gonna hit from Graham. He's gonna be able to take him down thanks to some supporting shots from Uni. Oh, light v light battle, but Grad comes out on top.
He didn't even need to. That was just styling on him at that point. The heavy lifting had already been done. The timer goes down. They get the cash. You could see, look, how much time here does Gremlin have? And how many times did he try to stick this steal? But Lamp and Grad playing it so perfectly from above, not giving them much. As soon as he began that fight, even after he had landed the hook, he didn't have time to stick the steal afterwards. So Grad cleaning up the pieces at the end, just padding his stats. He'll love that. And now Team Ed just 1 cash out away from walking into that grand final, Artie.
Wow, I mean, Nightmare, they seemed so close at the beginning. They seemed so close in that team fight, but it always does come down to making sure that you can shift around. If you lose your light first, you gotta play different. If you lose your medium first, you gotta play different. If you lose your heavy first, game over. Looking to see now for Team Ed. As they hold height here, Nightmare have traded away, even though they tapped the vault. They are kind of granting it at this point. They're moving down towards the bottom side, and on the stairwell, they know that Team Ed is somewhere on this side of the building. The Nightmare's waiting.
They are, and this has cost them in the past. They are best when they just take these fights, but inviting Team Ed in, it seems here. Gremlin, though, does win his heavy versus heavy fight, and you said it best, Artie. It's very difficult to find a way back here for Team Ed, especially with Normalize being forced back away from that totem. They cannot get Lamp back up, and that means they will just have to bide their time and wait for that coin to come in. Thankfully for them, this is only a fight over a vault. They're going to try and play to guard against B and C. I think if Nightmare move quickly, though, they should get this plug in B fairly smoothly. That said, that's a decent spawn for Lamp. We might get a really quick butting of heads over the cash out right here.
Absolutely. I mean, they read it as well. They're waiting in the museum already. Lamp already engaged in the battle. We have Lasagna ready to go get the plug, but Grad goes out early here. That could be good. It's traded away, though. They lose Grem and Lasagna. Just up to Uni now. He's done more with less. See what he can do now. He's sticking the res, but res also traded through here as Grad comes back up as well. 2v2 situation. Normalize. Might have to dive back here. So does Uni. There we go. Uni goes out. Grad wins the diff. Normalize. Going to be able to get healed up by that H+ infuser. Thanks to Grad, not only the H+, but also hitting that last shot too. Team Ed, they look like they're about to shut Nightmare completely out of here on the museum. What could be the last cash out before we send Nightmare down the lower bracket.
Grad is showing some nightmarish consistency here for Team Ed. It's not what you want if you're in this situation. Last chance saloon already. I mean, I don't think that Nightmare get 2 fights over this cash out. I think this could be a slow burn towards a dramatic end. Unless, of course, Nightmare can flip this box and send us to a 3rd cash out, Artie. Already some damage taken onto Lasagna. He's dicing with death here. They're all very split. Everyone playing for themselves. Gremlin looking like he wants to fish for a hook. It's panicked. It's desperate, Artie. Can they make it stick?
We'll find out now. 1 minute left here on this cash out. His Nightmare. We just have Uni diving around looking for the approach. Where is Team Ed hiding? This is what is good about that NA defense, but you also see a little bit of aggression over to the side. They're trying to match up on height. Normalize takes the first shots there. Uni going to be able to heal up Lasagna and Greb just a little bit. Damage dealt out. Normalize, is he going to go down? Looks like he's able to escape. For now, though, it gets crazy. Nice H+. Grem stays up. Lasagna going to be able to pick out Lamp. Grem is traded through. Normalize out now as well. It's just up to Grad. This gives Nightmare the space they need to breathe, possibly even to steal. But Grad stopped out the steal before. Not if he's dead. Nightmare, they take the cash out. They're going to be able to stay in for at least one more ride.
Nightmare thriving in the chaos, as they often have, with Uni taking point for a few of those kills. And a big res coming out in the middle of that from Lasagna. Needed that defibrillator on the heavy just to re-establish some stability after they take it down to 1 player. They've confirmed the 2nd cash out. Don't you worry about that. We will be going all the way here. But Team Ed are still on the precipice of a 3-0 series win. Nightmare have to hold their nerve.
Oh yeah, see what's gonna come through on this next vault fight. This is a little bit more central than last time, right in between. Back over to the library though, and see what's gonna happen with this vault fight. Now, Nightmare do have the beginnings. They also had it last time, also in library, but this time around, it's over towards the other wing.
Yeah, we might get a fight over this vault. Or Nightmare may have the gateway prepped and ready to go. The Graduating has a nice angle to try and catch them on the cross if they do. The rest of his team closing down quickly, and they do find damage onto Uni. Some great shots from Normalize off camera to take that light down to low HP. He has to hit the regen. All of them managing to head through that gateway, though. And I feel as though they've managed to just slip through the net there of Team Ed. We can see Graduating doing his best to chase them down, but I don't think he gets a kill out of this.
Oh no, but he will at least get some early damage, possibly, if he can stop Gremlin out. Not able to, though. Not just yet, but the rest of Team Ed, they're still here. They are matching this energy, rushing all the way over. We're here on campus. Vault's not plugged just yet, and for Nightmare, this is a big decision. Do they just go for the plug right away, or do they throw it away and hope that Team Ed don't grab it? They need to focus on this fight. They drop it down to the bottom. Team Ed, though, goal-oriented. They're going to try to grab that vault. It's caught on some geometry for a little bit, but Looks like Team Ed, wait, they're going to start this instead. Nightmare, we have lost the plot for just a moment, and already it looks like it might have been a bad idea, but Lamp is going to take some shots, going to get healed up thanks to Grad's positioning. Nightmare trying to capitalize on it by moving into position on Normalize, and Normalize not able to escape.
Gremlin coming out of nowhere there with the kill, and that could be a crucial trend setter here with a second as well. He was such a hero for them yesterday. Lasagna secures the third. And Team Ed doing the plugging for Team Nightmare. Team Nightmare very clearly happy to have moved this cash box all the way over to C and then assumed the high ground. That was a really nice collapse, and it's bought them some time. It's forced Team Ed to have to come in here with one fight available. That winch does not work as the window frame just catching that cash out. Do wonder whether they'll have time to get it into their preferred location. Doesn't seem so.
This is the best case scenario, though, for Nightmare still. 1 minute left. They are in control of the cash already. No pressure on them to go for a steal. You focus on what they're best at, but Uni's going to be gating right on top of them. Team Ed, they don't take any damage on this approach, but Nightmare could be in shambles. Grem able to get healed back up. H+ is infusing. Now for Team Ed, they're taking control on the point.
Early
and
steal.
if Lasagna is not able to get the drop, we do have Grem C4. Gonna drop down one more. No more drops available, but on this bottom floor, Uni is prepped and poised. He's got the glitch ready. Dome's gonna fall here for Grem. Not gonna find much value, but Grad goes down thanks to Lasagna. Normalize, looking for his own shots. Takes out Grem. Just down to Uni and Lasagna now. Uni shoved into a corner, shoved into a locker, able to escape out to the alleyway, but up the zip, he can't survive. Team Ed still in charge for now. Will they have time to steal? Lasagna has one chance to stall this out. He drops down, but the H+ abuser, the goose call might not have been enough. It does seem that Team Ed has the steal, and that's going to be the end of the perfect run. That's Team Ed advancing to the grand finals. And Nightmare, they got one more chance.
Wow. What a performance from Team Ed, taking it in 3. A much closer affair on Sis Horizon. It felt like Nightmare really grew into this series, but not enough. Team Ed were always just a tiny bit ahead by the end. That was a close final fight as well. You got to give props to Normalize, keeping himself alive, finding 2 kills during that melee, and then having the balls to stick the steal. The faith that Lamp would manage to stick his heel on Grad as well. And Lasagna, you got to feel for him as well. He really played that just about as perfectly as he could, keeping himself alive, but again, he didn't have the opportunity to get the res on his side, and those defibrillators really do make a difference.
Absolutely. And what's crazy too is like, this is what the finals is all about. I mean, counting kills, Nightmare, they technically had more. It was 15 kills to 16 on the side of Nightmare. And even though it was the 3-0, I mean, Nightmare still had a fighting chance so many times, but when it came down to it, Waltz, I mean, what an incredible showing from Team Ed.
Oh, you're
Waltz, you are muted.
Waltz.
I am in fact muted. My apologies. I was blown away by how quick that went. I wasn't expecting to be here so soon. And we all definitely thought at the very least that Nightmare was going to put up more of a fight on this one. But this was definitely a battle between play styles, I think, on this one, where Ed were consistently very focused on the objective. Every time that there was just a vault sitting around, neither team pushing for it, they said, we'll plug it, you know, whatever. We'll go plug it. Let's keep the game moving, right? Nightmare would back off, and Nightmare wanted to take the fights, and it kind of started to work towards the end. Sis Horizon, it seemed like they kind of started to find their footing, but they still just couldn't convert at the end of the day. But Rio, we were talking a lot about sort of the individual members of the team as well. How do you feel like we got here to a 3-0 over Nightmare?
Oh, I mean, it's Normalize. He was leading his team, that Pike gameplay as well, just putting Uni down. That was one of the biggest things. You could see that he was really going after him, and as soon as Uni is down, you have no more heals, and it is just easy to watch them fall like flies from there. So I just saw time after time, and even in our chats, we were just like, Normalize did it again! Oh my god! So yeah, I just got to give him a big shout out, because that was fun.
Yeah. Oh, incredibly strong stuff. And so, I mean, from inside the game, it's crazy because I feel like the momentum builds and builds and builds, and then Nightmare never had a moment to get their feet underneath them. Jerry, is that sort of how it felt to you, like as you're casting this? Because the comms, I was able to listen to the comms a little bit from the side of Team Ed. They were high on life the entire time. Is this just Nightmare never really able to get their feet underneath them? This was not what we expected from them.
It was not what we expected, to be fair. They weren't allowed to play their game. I think Team Ed were very happy to take the time, and they dictated the pace while being the slower team, which is something that we rarely see in the finals, and especially between NA sides. It felt like Nightmare, the few times that they really got to kind of jump in and cause chaos, they were the ones coming out on top in the team fights. But as soon as it slowed down, Team Ed had a lot more control. They dictated the pace, and I think you picked it up well there, Rio. I don't think we really noticed just how much of an impact Normalized was having until that final fight, and we're just seeing, yeah, he's getting these picks on Uni, he's finding his defibs, he's doing all the basics right, and yeah, Team Ed, I think after that performance, they have to be favorites to win the whole thing, right? They're going into the grand final now without a smudge on their record.
Yeah, they have been insanely dominant. I mean, like you said, not a single game lost so far, continuing their perfect streak, moving into the grand finals. Artie, at this point, Nightmare are going to have to either find a way to overcome this, or one of the EU teams is going to have to figure out how to take down Ed. So, if you're looking at Ed, right? You want to give your team what possible strategy and what possible advice do you give them?
I mean, if I'm looking to advice to take down Team Ed, I mean, it's just got to be match that freak, match that aggression. If you aren't doing what Grad is doing, if you're not able to get those heals, get those angles, get those peels, you're not doing enough. Not only that, but I mean, keeping your heavy alive is one part of it, but having that heavy be in a position to be able to do as much as Lamp does, it's a big challenge, right? And so we're about to look at the EU lower bracket semis, right? And looking to see Alliance versus Team Secret. Both of these teams have set up quite a lot to try to figure out how to deal with these teams. Although I will say, I think for both of them, they didn't anticipate it would be Team Nightmare that they'd have to face up next. And so for this, it will be kind of this battle of these teams already having gone at it before, figuring out if they have to do this again, what adaptations did the other team make that they now have to prep for? Because regardless of what you saw yesterday from both these teams, they spent all day VOD reviewing. They spent all day prepping. And it's trying to stay ahead of the game for that when it comes down to Team Secret versus Alliance.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a big moment here, and so we are going to be getting into the lobby very soon. We have our teams ready, so we're going to be getting moving forward. But Rio, we saw a lot of these teams yesterday. They haven't yet played against each other. What are you expecting from these matches, especially from these players?
Oh, I'm probably expecting more of kind of a slower paced gameplay. I mean, this is both two EU teams, so we're not going to see the typical aggression that we see from the NA side. So I'm really excited to see how these two teams go at each other because I have no idea. But with that said, let's pass it off to Artie and Jerry.
Jerry, it's time.
Artie.
Our last cast together of the season, but definitely not the last of the year. Got a lot more action coming through, but for now, for both these EU teams, if they want to see more action, they gotta win this one. Looking to see Team Secret versus Alliance. Two teams from EU, both with NA coaches. We'll see what's gonna happen now as Team Secret and Alliance start off their very first engagement.
First of 3 hurdles each team will hope. Here, then the lower final, and then the grand final. That's the aim. Carney taking the initial damage. Elix also taking some in response. Has to be topped up. This Pike gameplay. Something we've become very accustomed to over the season. Even from Elix, who was a hard-stuck kind of AR guy for the longest time. Well, Treason on the other side. Possibly one of the deadliest with this weapon in his hands. Even across both regions. And they're just having an ego fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a fight just to test the waters. They don't really care about the vault for now. I mean, we're looking to see right now, it's actually Elix taking the angle way over to the sidelines there. For Alliance, they are still keeping Trees and Apama close to one another, but still up on these rooftops. I mean, I might as well just say,
Oh, they're really just aiming for a pick here, and Palmer gets fed up with it. He's going to jump on in, see what happens. He does land a load of damage and wins his fight against OG. That final fist blow works out for him. Roma takes a kill. The res comes through onto OG, but Palmer immediately dispatches with the medium as well. Can he keep his reign of terror going? Yes, he can. That's another 2 for Palmer. And now he only needs Carney to help him clean up the rest. Roma goes down. Alliance come out on top with the final first vault fight. That was all about Palmer. Just, I mean, he took the destiny and put it in his own hands there.
Yeah, I mean, OG very narrowly escaped that, but at the end of the day, Carney was just a little bit closer. By the time Roma got involved, it was already a bit too late. Looking now at his Alliance, win that first team fight, a little bit scathed coming out of that. Looking like it's going to be a quick plug over on B as Team Secret makes their next approach.
They do have the chance to move this as quickly as possible, but they're not going to. So, yeah, Alliance have managed to guard B as it stands. So it'll be quite a long trek for Team Secret to get across to A. This is a really nice angle
they got
that we
the vault.
see.
Team Secret got the vault. They just stole it. They're going to A.
How's that happen? I looked down for a minute and assumed that Team Secret must have won the first fight because they were standing on top of the vault.
I mean...
What?
What?
How have Alliance let this happen?
I even zoomed in on my map to theater just for my mental, and now I have to zoom all the way out and go all the way to the other side of the map. We're down here in the town center looking to see if, well, Alliance, now on the attack, can do it once more. We see them drop it out, no util wasted. They're going to be utilizing a nice red barrel for that. Team Secret, they're holding up from the top. They are changing the way they hold these defensive angles, waiting to get that pick over to the side. Carney going to take a bunch of damage. This forces Treason out of his steal here, and OG going to be going for the winch, but won't quite make it through. H+ Infuser going to be working overtime, but Carney still taking damage. Finally goes out. Elix lands the shots there. As OG goes down, though, in the middle of 2, we will see Treason find the res on a Carney. Elix, though, finds the res on an OG as well. We do see lots of damage coming through from Treason, but he gets picked out to the side. And Roma and OG, they can clutch through when they're needed most.
We're just keeping himself alive off angle there. Finally drops and finds that opening when all of Alliance seem to be reloading or doing something or other, just caught with their pants down towards the end of that fight there. And Secret, the beneficiaries of Alliance's laziness early on in the round, really don't understand how they didn't get that plug. And now they only need to win one more team fight realistically here. Obviously, Alliance have to send it real quick to try and close this down. They've got about 30 seconds and they're going to throw down the goo, throw out the barrels, get rid of all that storm. But Roma has a really nice angle and finds Treason. That's the medium out for the count. No defib. It's got to be all up to the heroics of the heavy and the light. But Palmer's already down now. It's only Carnifex in the 1 versus 3. Surely he can't do it. No, he can't. Elix and OG chime in. A wonderful team effort from Team Secret there, watching over the point. It was a last-ditch effort from Alliance, but Secret made it look easy.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, I went to go take a look at chat, and the fight was already over. It's just an incredible set of aggression from Alliance, but Team Secret, they were ready. And this is the balance of the new Finals Season 7 meta, where you have that H+ Infuser. When do you put your light on the angle? When do you put on the H+ Infuser? Chat, we sound like a broken record talking about it, but that's all these fights tend to come down to, is when that early damage comes through, is your team in a spot to play off of it? For now, Alliance, they're already making this approach. They don't want to play on attack again, so they want to hold this vault as best they can, even though it was Team Secret's opening.
Treason exposing himself there for a moment. The RPG at the ready. If Alliance remain bunched up like this, you can see OG getting insane value out of this gadget, but they are separated. That catch box gets moved and thrown. RPG doesn't land too much, but that is the follow-up onto Palmer. Not quite enough, though, it seems. Winches come out. Nothing seems to be sticking for either team here, Artie.
Yeah, big damage, but they can't follow it up there. A nice bit of gas to chunk through. Palma resets his timer all the way back down to half, but OG, he's going to get chunked through as well. He's taken away. Carney in spot with the M11 and the H+ Infuser. Elix Aroma can only do so much to counteract it. Elix on the other side, about to take up an angle, could take out Treason here. He does. Palma still at half HP, but he has been out of the fight long enough. He will start to recover. For now, though, Palma finds the shots onto Elix off screen. It's just down to Roma here, and they will reset Treason. So Roma over to the side, running away, letting the coin come through. OG's back in 3 seconds, Elix in 14, but a messy fight comes out in place of Alliance.
Certainly messy from Secret. We saw OG getting caught off guard there, and it's a great call from Carnifex, who was the scout to discover him, not to immediately take the 1v1 against the Heavy, as all good lights probably shouldn't for the most part. He ducked back in for just a half second to make sure that Palmer could come with him, get that winch, and then they 2v1, got the opening, and snowballed from there. Really clean stuff, great decision-making in the heat of the moment from Carnifex.
He's already here, OG! He just already opens up all the damage out Alliance. They're half HP each.
Wow.
Carney actually separated out here. Treason about to get healed up there. There's the H+ diffuser set through. Team Secret goes for the winch, but he's held out by the gate. Palma finds the shots on Aroma. So here does Treason take out Elix. It's just up to OG now, half HP. He's sticking the res. Treason needs to get there before that res hits, but they've got a defib of their own. Now Roma up and ready to go. Last player standing yet again. Gonna be able to run away, but for now, Treason and Carney, they're putting the chase in. They're not letting them get away this time.
As you say that, he gets away this time.
Gets away this time. All right, all right.
Well, he's going to allow his team to coin back in here, but that's still a victory for the Boundless, or Team Alliance as we know them. And yeah, they will happily now be able to defend this cash out. They've got to keep hold of this, otherwise it will be a steal for Secret and an instant win on the first map. But yeah, this is a decent setup so far from Alliance. They've got a lot of rooms to hide in this building. You can see the kiting is going to be the strategy here. Waste as much time as possible. Only 30 seconds to have to burn. They will have that preset C4 as well. The onus is on Team Secret. It's a big game of hide and seek, Hardy.
Absolutely. The gateway, though, is found and glitched out there. The glitch also going to be hitting in a way in order to prevent that C4 from dropping through. The
Big
steal
steal
for Team Secret. Now the damage. Carney's taken away early. We get a nice setup here as OG's able to get the stall just a little bit. Opening damage won't connect with the C4 and the RPG, but he winches it out to stall it even further. And now the damage and the pressure is on. Team Secret have taken the first map.
What a move from Secret there. Calling Alliance's bluff. They knew that Alliance were playing the long game there, trying to hide, trying to kite, but all of the utility dumped into the initial steal, standing on top of the cash box, committing both glitches to deny the C4. Unreal. So brave from Team Secret, and it gets them the win in 2.
Absolutely incredible there. I mean, I have to say, I was so worried that Team Secret wasn't going to be able to figure out Alliance's hiding pattern there. But for Alliance, I think going down and hiding in the building was their downfall, because when Roma was able to get that glitch onto the gateway, not only did it hit the gateway, it took out the C4, just momentarily preventing that stall. Second glitch timed as well.
It may have even hit the DMAT, right? Like, you could imagine at that point, Elix has to be or rather, Treason has to be running in underneath to get the DMAT, and there's a world where that glitch also hit him and we didn't catch it. So yeah, insane
that's
value.
A possibility. Absolutely insane stuff there. And for Alliance, I will say it was close. It was a very good setup there from Alliance. The fights that Alliance won were very convincing. Again, when it comes down to it, Carnifex does have that positioning that can match even the best of NA. And when it comes down to figuring out how they're able to separate into those fights, it just seems like it might have been a bit of micro mistakes on Alliance's part rather than anything that Team Secret did.
We're heading into Monaco now, Artie, and this is a map that I kind of associate with Palmer, but back from the days where he would run the sledge winch. And he doesn't have that in his arsenal anymore. It seems it's just fallen so out of favor, even with a recent buff, that it's no longer the sledge main's home domain. And I don't know why. I kind of want to see it come out. I don't know why, but maybe now would be the time to convince me that Palmer's still got it in him. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'm a sucker for entertainment, Artie.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be such good entertainment, especially out here. We have seen so many different approaches on this map here on Monaco, different ways that teams think about this map. It all comes down to the POIs. We got Cash Out B already in one of the most fun spots on Grandma's house. Cash Out A on the construction site. We do see that Alliance has the better spawn for this first vault, but Team Secret wastes no time to take height on the cathedral, and already those pike shots do be hit.
It's worth saying Team Secret were the only team that we saw on Monaco yesterday dominating Alliance. Sorry, not Alliance. It was Nightmare. Nope. I'm all over the place. It was Saints 1 they managed to beat 2-0. 10 kills, and they only allowed Saints 1 to get 2 across the course of Monaco. So maybe they'll be able to exert that kind of control. Taking control of the middle of the map is a good way to start, of course. That cathedral is a great vantage point. They decide to take down one of the other vantage points in that crane, a popular tactic. But at the moment, it's Alliance that have the cards in their hand, and you do get that cash out started, but it's right under Team Secret's noses.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these are good shots here. Treason has a very good setup here to just watch over everything. His Alliance is holding this defensive position. They're in the best spot that they can be.
Wow.
OG goes down immediately. Elix not going to be able to get to that trophy without a fight there. Treason trying to just take him out, but this is a little bit of a tricky geometry to get through with that DMAT. Elix escapes through. Treason does commit the pad, and it works out well as he finds Roma. But Elix has escaped into the vast apartment complex that is Monaco.
The nerve slipping in there. It felt like OG, we were watching him winning a fight against Palmer, and Palmer somehow surviving with very low HP. We may get a chance to see that right here in our live action replay, courtesy of Burrito. Thank you very much. Look how low Palmer is. And somehow Treason's the one to come in and save him, to bail him out. He can count himself a bit lucky there.
I mean, that's what that winch is for. You get that winch, you get that hold, and everybody can deal damage. You're just like, hey, look, hey, everybody, look over here. But we're going to see Alliance now holding up the top. Less than 45 seconds left on that cash out. Team Secret has to make their approach very loud. Do have this pike damage, not really able to hit as hard as it might need to. OG's just going to commit to the steal. The tactic we've seen work before, but already we do see Palma jump down in. The winch going to hit, but OG comes out on top thanks to Roma. Roma also going to be able to hit that H+ diffuser, and now OG trades through to try to find the shots to Carney. Sticking now, they will commit the dome. Treason can't leave the fight yet, but Treason and Carney, they take out both Elix and Roma. OG has to dip out to this to try to find the shots. Can't get there in time. There's Carney, escapes the winch, escapes the SA-12-16 shots, but only for so long. Treason and Palma now both alive, and Team Secret goes down. Alliance wins cash out 1.
Protect your presidents. Both of these fights so far have hinged on the heavy surviving. OG managing to survive there was really the only reason that Secret had a chance in that fight, continuing through. But again, getting Palmer back up towards the end of that just guarantees that Treason and Co on Alliance are going to win the fight. It's so important to have your heavies in play. And yeah, Alliance looking like the more dominant force here. Already doing one better than Saints 1 managed to yesterday, finding a cash out against Secret on Monaco.
Absolutely. I mean, we're looking to see now that Vault 2 will be a very difficult one here. Alliance has just poised up on the Cathedral, looking to make sure that this prime positioning will give them every bit of info that they need. But Team Secret, they escaped the back alleyways and trenches of the construction site. They still have to get to the other side of the map, crossing this cathedral, especially with the objective. No easy feat, Jerry.
No easy feat. And this is a great position, of course, for Secret to do that from. Going to reposition, though. Of course, they want a bit more closeness, but they follow through on that dive and carry the momentum straight into the bodies of OG and Elix. My word, that was a demolition job. And now Roma left scrambling. He does have one chasing him. In fact, it's Palmer, but I think Palmer decides if you haven't found the light within 5 seconds of the chase, it's worth bailing out. He's going to guard that totem for a moment. Decides that Roma's probably headed for the hills and maybe taken the other totem with him. He's got Carney to connect. There's the plug. Really neat stuff from Alliance. Well and engage.
Absolutely. Team Secret should be able to come back on these coins in a good spot. Depends on Roma's position towards the end. We do have the cash out winch out to no man's land. No cheeky steals just yet, but it is quite close to the Cathedral. Team Secret could be making their way through, but Alliance is also chasing. They've already figured out where Roma is positioned up to the top. They take him out early in this fight. That's not the kind of engagement that Team Secret wants, but OG and Elix close to the point. Gonna get chunked through. Treason in a good spot here. OG caught out in the middle of the stairwell. I didn't even know he was there, but OG wins the fight up against Carney. We do see the dome here coming in from Palma. Palma hits out with with a bit of gas. We do see Treason already on the res as OG goes down. Once again, Team Secret, they are kept from a full team reset. And this is what is preventing them from having a full fight here. Alliance is making sure that this team is as staggered as possible. But this time, Elix wants to make sure the team can come back and they can have a full 3 set.
They might not know how close they are to Elix right now. But that stagger is important, and it's important to recognize that Secret maybe did a little bit of that to themselves. They split themselves up. Alliance found that pick. Already the shot's coming onto Roma. He's stuck behind a lamppost here.
No.
Maybe expecting the chase, but... Oh! Like a ghost in the night! No way! Carnifex goes straight past him, but Roma can't capitalize. Not a single bullet landed.
And here I thought Lamp was on Team Ed, but turns out he is secretly paired with Alliance on that one. We do see Team Secret now jumping through the goo. Gonna be landing out. The dome, though, not gonna be enough. Carney already has the shots to Elix. OG gonna get taken out in a hail of gunfire up to Roma now, but the timer is not on their side. Alliance has won Monaco. It's going to be a scoreline 1-1 here. And Alliance has definitely cleaned up their macro. They know what they're doing here in this fight today.
Yeah, they switched it on, and that was a drubbing. I didn't expect Secret to be on the receiving end of something quite so one-sided. We did see it yesterday in their game against Pulsar. Just some aggression that they're not quite ready for. When Pulsar had that run through the lower bracket, they faced a lot of NA teams. They brought some of that with them. It was infectious. And then Secret turned back and said, yeah, you know what, we're ready for you. But I feel as though there were a couple of instances in that match there where they got a little bit too split. Alliance were tucked nicely together. And look, the stats say it all. All of the kills going the way of Alliance. Alex not really having an impact at all on that game. Roma barely dishing out the heals. It didn't feel like he had much of an opportunity to.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's one of those matches where just if you have that early start, you have good positioning, you get good spawns. I think the big change up there was when Alliance, instead of going for that vault all the way down in Pocket Park, when they decided that they could just hold up on Cathedral, those cash outs on the other side of the map, just playing Gatekeeper on the Cathedral, that's why the standard issue of Monaco is so good for these teams that know how to play it.
Yeah, I'd love to see some of the, I'd love to see the duck and cover variant at points, but I used to say that because I wanted to see more DMRs and snipers and things in action. We've got a pike meta right now, so maybe it wouldn't change much overall. And you would still be able to control the map from that central area. It'd just be rooftops anyway. So yeah, we'll see. Of course, when we get to the major later in the season, of course, well, in the year, you've got all of these map variants up for play. So that's really exciting. Even some moving platform ones, which I'm a little bit scared of, but up, down, left, right, you got the suspended structures coming into play. Yeah, it's gonna be another kind of level of chaos that's invited into the world there. But for now, the chaos is somewhat contained as we head into Sis Horizon, the only map with no, or not the only map, one of the only maps now with no variants on it at all.
Yep, and Sis Horizon has the opportunity to be kind of a decider here in a way earlier in the day, because obviously this isn't going to be the decider. It's a best of 5, but on Sis Horizon, I would say this is an even playing field for both of these teams. This is a map where both these teams have won really hard and lost really hard, Jerry.
Yeah, and we can just look at yesterday and see that they're both happy to choose it in a series, but we didn't really get any recent tape on them in the 3 versus 3s in this weekend, because all of those maps were deciders. They were the third map. Finally, we get to see a third map, and it is Sis Horizon. They've been waiting to show off their skills here, Artie.
Absolutely. It's time to get started with map number 3. Thankfully, it won't be ending here, so we got a little bit more time on the mic together, but for now, Team Secret, this is the time to shine. For Team Alliance, this is the time to keep your momentum rolling. Elix locked in already. Going to be committing a few shots down range. Treason has the goo to cut him off early. This vault not going to get procced out just yet. Elix takes a longer angle to the side as Alliance. They coalesce, form a unit. Roma on the side.
It decides to rejoin as they're going to play across the streets here. This vault spawn does make it difficult for either team to fully commit, as they will be out in the open on the low ground. A very easy engage for whoever waits. Bit of a game of chicken here, and of course this opens up similarly to how we saw Bernal open up. Treason and Atelco, or rather Treason trying to find these long range shots to find that early pick, or maybe just a bit of early damage that they can then pounce on. it just feels like these teams are so good at avoiding the damage that at this stage in the game, it's unlikely to result in anything unless they get very lucky. Carnifex maybe being caught out of position there for a moment. Gives Secret Alex just a moment to close that gap. He sends it back the way it came and takes down a beautiful piece of art in the process. I wouldn't want to be cleaning up the floor in the morning here, Artie.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're checking out this vault fight for Alliance. This is looking at least like they're not really going to be able to hold this. I mean, this is the exact same positioning from Monaco, but this time Team Secret is in control as the cash out on campus comes through. See Elix get chunked away. Treason hitting every single shot that he needs to. Roma is going to heal Elix up, but Carney is dealing the damage where he's needed most. He's going to be able to dive in there, try to capitalize on those early shots. Roma almost goes down, able to escape to 25 HP. No, he's not.
Oh.
Goes down early. Treason, though, half HP himself. Question is, can OG get involved to finish him off? I don't think so. Treason about to get healed up by Carney, who's up on the top. Now, with this cash out, still controlled by Secret, they're going to rotate around, try to cryo that res.
Yeah, quick steal is the call here. Great movement by Carnifex. Unfortunate decision-making from Roma in the heat of the moment there. Just really didn't read the room. Expected Carney to maybe have gone around and followed him, but no. Carney was patient. He catches the kill for it. Oh no, a great shot out of mid-air. Takes down OG. Don't know whether that was a red barrel or an RPG, but huge damage dealt onto the pink heavy. Thankfully though, Palmer offers himself up to Roma, and that evens the playing field. Both heavies down. Roma has to duck back out for a moment as a 2 versus 2 will ensue. Maybe there's a bit of a pause in the action here as that res comes through. OG still out for the count.
Man, I mean, this is what Alliance did all last map. They just kept Team Secret from getting on a proper engagement. And this is Team Secret's biggest weakness, is being able to figure out when they need to play as a unit, when they need to play split. Every time that Team Secret has made this approach, it has looked a little bit rough. You see Alliance, though, they're stuck together as a proper unit all the way on that bottom floor. Now, Carney waiting for his opportunity to strike out to the side. Question is, who will grant it? Is it going to be Treason? Is it going to be Palma? We see OG going down. His tried and true aggression. Going to be standing on top of it, but it falls down anyway. Going to get the winch down there. Palma, I can't talk. See OG now driving in. He's still holding the steal with Goo behind him, though. Carney drops down to the dot. Palma down, too. What's happening? I can't talk. There's so much happening. Elix, though, holding down to the side. He does get some damage down onto Treason. Fortunately, that seal was never committed through. Elix not able to hit that last shot. One bolt in the chamber, not enough. OG still trying to hold the steal, but 2 players left standing. What a messy fight.
Yeah, and it was just not working out for Team Secret. You can see right from the off the inability to get rid of that gateway on the top floor. Roma, unfortunately, really couldn't do much about that. He had to arc his glitch perfectly to get it out midair, and sometimes it just doesn't play right. Sometimes the distance just doesn't work out for you. And that enabled the whole of Alliance just to reposition during that fight so perfectly from above. They staggered their utility in their delay so perfectly throughout that fight. You saw the winches come out. You saw the DMAX come out. You saw the positions taken above by the Pike. All of this just adds to the drama and the trauma for Team Secret in that moment, who are now, for the first time today, chasing this series from behind.
Absolutely. We do see Elix get punched out there. Carney went for some early damage and almost got caught out of position, but Team Secret didn't capitalize on it. We see OG now down to the bottom here. It is a 1v1, but Palma is joined by Carney quickly. Roma finds the opportunity to get those quick shots there, but Treason's ready with the paddles waiting. And once again, for the 3rd time, 4th time, Roma survives. The rest of the team is down. We see Alliance now holding the vault. They have the opportunity to come all the way out of library into the workspace for cash out A.
There's something to be said about prioritizing the heavy or the medium, because of course the H+ infuser is gonna have impact in this meta, but you know what it can't do? Can't bring you back from the dead. You get that medium down, or you get the heavy down, and you can't heal a dead body. So he has to duck out. There's no way he wins a 1 versus 3. Even 1 versus 2s are pretty tough nowadays as a light, unless you're lucky enough to catch some players in transition, 1 low HP, or maybe alone by themselves. Team Secret repositioning now here to try and play from beneath. They've got this glitch. Again, Alliance have been so smart with their gateway placement. It's been a staple of Carnifex's positioning and play throughout the tournament. But unfortunately, Carnifex... Oh, wow, what a save from Palmer. I was going to say Carney's been caught out there, but the RPG and a bit of supporting fire is enough to put him down. Roma out for the count now. OG scarpering, but Palmer chases him as well. Can he make it a 3-piece? It might have to be 4 as the res comes through, but Carney once again puts Roma in his place. Now it's only Elix, the last one standing. Elix takes out Treason, but he's got a real mountain to climb here. And I don't think he's going to climb it.
Oh, maybe he can.
Maybe,
A couple of good shots, but no, Treason's behind. He gets stuck through on his own goo, and that's going to be the end of Team Secret. They will have maybe one run. By the time they respawn, 30 seconds left on that cash out. We know OG likes to get close to those cash outs here anyway, but let's take a look at these replays. I mean, looking at OG, this was such an unfortunate situation to be caught out in. RPG not ready, and Carney dove in. It was the perfect time for Elix. At least he was able to capitalize on one, but being caught out like this, where Treason had the positioning just right, so difficult to see what the right answer could have been. But now for Team Secret on the way back, this could be the time when Alliance finds themselves in map point. But for now, Team Secret got one more run up at this, straight to the point there. They winch it out. They're gonna go for the goo, gonna go for the double dome. There it is, a little bit of a winch. It misses on OG, but OG has to get off the point anyway. The whole team is wiped, and that's Alliance taking a lounger here. Map point for Alliance as they go to map 4 for Fortune Stadium.
Huge performance coming out from Alliance there. Even in moments where it felt like they were caught out, they turned it around mid-fight. And at the end there, it was just a formality. Really nothing that Secret could do besides chase the point down, get the winch, try and land the goose. But even then, there are subtle errors slipping into Secret's play. They're not making the most of their advantages. The goo placement at the end there, I would question. You needed to have one at least covering the direct approach once that cash out was winched. But it wasn't there, and you could just see how easy it was for Alliance to sweep in and get all the kills at the end. It's starting to look quite one-sided, Artie. I hate to be the one to say it to you, but Alliance are getting all the kills. They're getting all the cash outs. Can they make it in 3 on Fortune Stadium?
I mean, that's the question, right? A very strong start doesn't necessarily mean much, but for Alliance, the fact that they were able to just wake up on map 2 in a really big way, I think says it all. And especially looking to see, right, on this map, on this horizon, where they were so stable. Those fights on Monaco could just be summed up to, yeah, okay, Team Secret was making micro mistakes. Yeah, they weren't able to really get their fights out in a way that they wanted to, always getting staggered. But on this horizon, even when they weren't staggered, Alliance was together as a unit, moving fully as they should. And to be honest, I didn't see any mistakes. No winch was missed from Palma. No dome went unused. No goo grenade from Treason went unshot, I guess. It was just a good set of util from everybody.
Yeah, they've really just got everything flowing right now. And I mean, a team playing this well could probably beat anyone on their day, and they're going to need that. You know, this is not the start of their day. If they can win this here, they've still got another whole 2 or maybe only 1 series to get through. And it's up against the NA juggernauts that are Nightmare, you know, who've come off the back of a pretty big drubbing. And if you win that, you've got to face Team Ed, who literally haven't dropped a map so far in this bracket. So yeah, I feel like at this point, if Alliance get through, then they may be able to maybe make their way into the grand final. But this is so tight, and I don't think Secret are clicking yet. They really need to improve, not just to get it through today, to get through rather this lower semi-final, but if they want any chance of winning overall today, they have to step their performance up several notches.
Absolutely. And, you know, you have to understand that there is going to be some of that growing pains of having a slightly new roster, right? I mean, trading out your heavy so late into the season is something that can really shake up how a team moves together. And for Alliance, they've been able to shake up through this meta together. For Team Secret, it's a little bit of new glue at the seams. For now, they just need to lock in the way that they've proved they can before. We see now as they jump all the way up to the top of the Holto building, Treason is going to be looking for something in those early shots out to the side. Team Secret is able to get through. Only Roma taking a hit. He's able to heal up quick.
A bit of a misstep there from Roma, but nothing too dangerous. And a good angle here established by Alex does land some damage onto his opposite number. They reposition to the roof. Really nice angle that they've opened up here. Luckily for Alliance, they read into it and ducked down.
Oh yeah, we'll
See the movement as a team. It's so careful just across the board.
Exactly. I mean, it looks like Team Secret really is trying to match that energy now as well. It looks like they are taking a lot more time and effort to put everybody close to one another, make sure that Roma can use that H+ infuser. For now, though, as Carney and Treason, they are huddled down together. Looks like Carney actually might be taking a bit of a wider angle downstairs, looking for any odd light players that are off to the side. But once again, we see the slow pace here on this Vault fight.
Yeah, Vault finally tapped by Alliance. Not that it means too much. Either team could claim it, depending on the fight. Roma decides to get a bit dicey, do some drone work for his team. Doesn't lose too much health for his troubles either, so decent bit of scouting from his perspective. And it is Alliance who are a bit of a disadvantage here, holding the low ground. As we all know, there's so many ways for Team Secret to approach this, and that has prompted Carney to take an off angle here. In fact, he's moving that gateway to deliver the cash all the way over to B. Elix now chasing down. But I don't think they've kept pace with it here. Roma close. In fact,
OG
the heavy of OG much closer. He's gone through that gateway, and he might find himself in a fight with Carney. He does, in fact. There's a lot of damage to the light, but he does get away.
Question is, can Roma get into spot early enough? We do see Carney also taking a really wide wrapper on the side. There's Roma using that H+ infuser right in perfect timing. Nice glitches out here as well. OG gonna be able to get some early damage with that gas, as well as the M11 it chunks out. Palma though, super low HP. Roma finds a couple shots, at least resets the timer for now, but we know Carney's gonna be able to get that H+ infuser. There it goes. Now, for Roma and Elix, they do actually have the chance to get this res. You know, they have to reset early. Palma right in the way of that beacon. We do see Palma go down early. H+ infuser gonna hit now. Treason taking a lot of shots there, but Elix and OG are down. Just down to Roma. Can he clutch it up? M11 v M11, it's Carney up to the top. Treason getting the credit for that three-piece. Alliance, they win the first team fight.
Incredible. Treason flexing the FAMAS, which we don't often see from him. I really thought here Secret had done enough. They got that full res. They had the RPG ready. They've done enough damage. They even get the opening kill of this engagement and the heals onto OG. But Ellie's going down to Treason, and then OG, and then Carnifex. Somehow, I don't know how, but Carney and Treason just carrying their way through that fight in the 2 versus 3. OG already getting into a scrap without the rest of his team. He can't keep doing this, RD.
That's just too little, too late. He's always going to be just rushing that point there. We do see Carney and Treason holding off across angles here. Palma going to be jumping down and joining him. Elix has the opportunity to dive over the point there, but he knows that if he can just get the defib on that trophy, we'll have a good opportunity. He does that, opens up a nice hallway for OG to follow through as Roma gets involved. He gets early damage on the Treason and Carney. Treason goes down early. This could be huge. No more defibs, but look at that timer ticking down. OG gonna get stalled, gonna get healed, but we also see Roma taking a lot of damage to the side. Palma goes down. The cash is already done, and Team Secret wins the fight, but Alliance wins the cash out.
Great stall by Carney and Palmer there. And again, Team Secret shooting themselves in the foot early on. It felt like both of these team fights, OG overstepped the mark just a little bit. I hate to single it out, but that first team fight, he took one that his team couldn't support him with. Jumping over that barricade, going through the gas, that's not something Roma wants to get any sort of involvement in. And then there, being caught out early on, having to commit that defib. Of course, again, it was a case of Secret committing OG in to try and get a pick and then winning with the swing back, but both times the gamble didn't pay off. It was obviously a measured move. I'm not saying that OG is making mistakes or anything like that, but it's that the follow-up isn't strong enough. And I mean, Treason and Carney have been bailing them out of so much here.
Oh yeah, I mean, we'll see exactly what these next fights entail, but it looks like Secret has kind of figured out what they need to do as far as making sure that OG isn't always super far in front, making sure that Roma isn't too far to the sidelines. See Alliance here, though. They're holding out Cash Out A. They've granted Team Secret access to the vault, but Team Secret, they have to know that this is a trap, right? It does seem like Roma
crossing, right?
I think he's set a gateway somewhere.
An interesting strategy here. They want to try and get across to C, I think, but without exposing themselves. And in fact, I think they might have called Alliance's bluff, who have now moved across Secret get a free plug in A here just by virtue of patience, but maybe they
Wait,
don't
no,
want to do
not
it.
exactly.
There we go.
Not
clean enough.
exactly. Oh, Palma, he just finds Elix. Is this another double fake out situation? But this time it was Alliance. They hit the double fake out. Wow. I mean, with Elix out already and the vault plugged, that was such a misplay. I was following you 100% there that they thought they had called the bluff, but in the end, Alliance bluffed the bluff that Secret bluffed.
Mind
I think.
games.
Mind games, 5D chess, but Alliance, they're still in charge. Roma and OG, they're finally going to be joined up by Elix now. He's coined in, spawned over to the side there. Going to see Roma possibly going to be involving this gateway, but see, Roma could take that other gate. We'll see here if OG dives into the point early on. Roma going to be baiting out just a little bit. Hit the bait, go up to the top there, crossing over to the side, but there's no angle in this giant Holto sports building. We can see OG getting a good opportunity to get involved. The goo gonna hit
Red
down,
barrel.
but it won't block much of anything. Nice red barrel stall. There's a dome as the rest of the team dives in. OG might have a chance to stall, but not if he gets winched. OG, 1 HP, can't get healed up by Roma in time. Elix, though, he hits shots. Carney goes out. Gonna be able to go for the res
Easy.
here now on this set. Let's see what he's gonna be able to do. The defib as well, gonna be hitting from Treason. Palma's brought back. Elix and OG, last two standing, but they work out to take out Treason. Palma, Carney goes down. It's Team Secret. They take the cash out.
What a frantic Hell in a Cell battle that was. It really did just come down to gun skill. Everyone ended up in that room firing all cylinders. It just came down to who landed the most shots. We see Elix here with so many hip fire pike shots landing and playing around with these barricades while his teammates duck in and dive in. Roma and OG both chipping in with kills there. So a real team effort to keep Team Secret in this game, in this series, Ardy. They need another cash out to take this to a 5th map.
Yeah, this is cash point right here. New term, going by new. Cash point to be seen as Alliance. They are in charge of this vault over to the Holto building, but with one cash out at Hospital, cash out D. Let's see, where's cash out D situated? Also over to Data Center, it looks like.
Yeah, and that looks like where Team Secret are trying to set themselves up. Of course, the crossover to C would mean that Alliance have to take a very long route. It would allow Secret to then guard against C as well. So, smart positioning so far by Team Secret. They're not exposing themselves either, but Carney does have a read on it. He's making sure they know. He's shooting every that's his way of saying, yeah, we know you there. We saw you.
It would have been more aura if he did with the H+ infuser, but you know. All right, we're gonna see him actually get that gateway over. They want to take this to Hospital. They're gonna do what they can to get there as fast as possible. Team Secret, they got some shots out early. They're gonna be able to match. They get over just quick enough, Jerry. It's already gonna be a fight here.
No plug because they want to win this fight, but up goes OG already taking a lot of flack. Does manage to fall back to the heels, but there is Alliance chasing, emptying their mags into every target they can find. Team Secret are dying left, right, and center. Down goes Roma. They find another lone target. He doubles back and finds his other man as well. Carney doing double duty here. Flicks between one or the other. 2 kills to his name there. OG and Elix going down. What a performance there. They knew they had the chance to cross. They knew that they could guard that vault. They now get rewarded with the plug. And it's probably only 1 or 2 fights, Ardy.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have more than one fight here if they take this next one quick, but Alliance, they're already taking out these side walls to make sure that as a team, they're going to be able to watch everything. Now, Team Secret, looks like they're going to be heading up to the top here of this building. They want to go for this top left approach, using the jump pad and the gateway to get the team over here where Alliance can't watch. Over on this top left, Roma's going to go. No vision from Alliance. There we go. The team is going to be in here as Team Secret moves towards Cash Out C from underneath. Alliance, they know that the cross has already come through. They're going to be coming in from the sidelines here. And now that's all going to come down. Carney, big RPG damage there from OG. Carney now has to wait for that health to come back and be putting him out of position. His health bar resets here as the rest of the team, Carney, Palma, Treason, they reset one floor beneath the cash out. This gives Secret the opportunity to possibly come in control. But we know that a DMAT is ready and waiting. There we go. It's the RPG. It's a C4, but here's the damage coming through. Carney and Treason down super low. H plus Infuser going to keep alive. Carney goes down. Treason at half HP. The SA-1216, it's hitting, and Treason's out. Palma going to be doing what he can to stand up as Palma v OG. 1 HP remaining, and Palma comes out on top. I don't know if Team Secret has enough time to come back. That could be it, Jerry.
I think Palmer's done enough right there. So close. OG almost the hero there, getting 2 kills, but it felt as though nerves maybe got the best of him. A few missed shots, and we didn't see what Roma and Edix were up to. But they got taken down in the midst of all of that. Palmer winning the 1v1, as he often does. Look at him. Earning his spot on the billboard. Earning their spot in the lower bracket final. Congratulations to Alliance. They've just about beaten Team Secret. And now it's official, Artie.
Now it's official with no time left on the steel. A huge shout out to Alliance for taking that dub. A very good set of games there. None of these maps were anywhere near what I was expecting coming into this day. Alliance, though, showing clear dominance on Monaco, showing absolutely insane macro control on Cis Horizon. A well-earned victory there, but still a great running from Team Secret all the way through as well, finishing out the playoffs and the play days with #1 seed in EU. But they're dropped down here to #4 in the champs as Alliance passes on to the lower bracket finals.
First of only 3 hurdles that they may need to cross. Let's bring it on back to Waltz and Rio, who I'm sure have plenty to say about that riveting series.
Waltz, you are muted.
He's muted again.
My apologies. Try not to talk over you guys again. It's going fast. It feels like we got 4 games this time. Looking at hopefully if it trends continue, we'll get 5. But definitely feel like we saw Alliance find their stride in this matchup, playing a lot tighter. You could see the glimmers of it in the first match where they were playing close but not making consistent movements, and they weren't able to get to the positions they needed to. And they definitely started to make that work later on. But Rio, we were taking notes, and what was your big takeaway from this?
Yeah, my biggest takeaway is that it felt like Team Secret was just slightly out of position time and time again. They would split up, and then it would be one person falls followed by the other two. And it just seems so unfortunate because they just weren't, they didn't have that cohesion. We saw it in the first map, and I was like, oh my God, this is exactly what I thought it would be. And then just something happened. I don't know if they got in their heads or just what, if it was just a map change. I don't know, but a little heartbreaking to see. So if I were those guys, I would go back and kind of work on your positioning for the most part, because that was really the biggest flaw that I saw, unless you saw something else, Waltz.
No, I think that was definitely kind of the big thing for me. But you guys were inside the match for sure. We just saw some fantastic acting. But Artie, what was your like? What did Secret need to work on, and what was that Alliance did well?
I mean, the #1 thing that Alliance just did really, really well, like I was talking about, was that inside positioning, keeping Carney where he's needed. It's all about starting that engagement as a unit, as a 3-piece all together, and then finding your opportunity to get the split. And I think that throughout the entirety of Season 1 of Pro Hubs, we've seen the fact that in this PHL meta, having the medium be on that angle sometimes can be difficult. Having the light not be on that angle sometimes can be difficult. And the balance is within doing that, but also starting where you're comfortable. As a core, all 3 players can stay together. You can shake off all the damage of the initial engagement with the H plus infuser and find time for the light to wrap around. That is the secret sauce that Alliance has absolutely mastered up to this point, and no doubt after some slip-ups yesterday, they have refined to the point of victory here. Now, for Team Secret, that is one of the things that the squad has to work on, is making sure that, Roma can't just rely on what the old tactics were of just being able to be super aggressive. And same for OG. When OG was on his other squad, super aggro heavy positioning, and those ideologies can clash sometimes. But it's all going to come with time, especially when you have a new roster, you have a new setup. It will take a little bit of time to get that team cohesion together, but no doubt the hard work is going to be put in by all 3 of them. And I just got to say, for Alliance, though, definitely have a good coach behind them and a good head on their shoulders. So for Alliance, I'm excited to see what they can do in this lower finals.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the bracket, we are going to have to say goodbye to our very first team. Team Secret, unfortunately, going to be dropping down. But Jerry, that does set us up for our lower final. The last two matches we have, we'll definitely be breaking those down in future. But Alliance has really come a long way, haven't they?
They absolutely have. And just a word to Team Secret. It's a run that they can be proud of, especially for a new roster. But yeah, Alliance coming out on top there. And now, obviously, this is almost the game I was looking forward to most, this lower bracket final, because we're finally guaranteed that EU versus NA real cream of the crop match that we've been hoping for this whole time. And it's a different matchup to what we saw in the semi-finals as well. Alliance and Nightmare have not yet met in this bracket, so it could be very exciting. We've got Carnifex versus Uni. This is like almost the prime light players in both regions just squaring up against each other, and I love to see it. And that's not to say nothing of the rest of the squads as well. So yeah, Alliance coming off the back of a 3-1 victory, and Nightmare coming off the back of a 3-0 loss. I think now we're playing to the first game, maybe. I don't know what the maps are going to be, but I would expect Alliance to win one, maybe Nightmare to settle, and then we'll get a real game on our hands afterwards.
Well, we will definitely be breaking all of that down, map bans and the matches in just a moment. But we want to thank you to everybody watching, everybody who has supported, and a huge thank you, of course, to one of our biggest donors, Crash, the VIA PR Chief Officer, doing so much to boost all of the competitive scene, not just us, but so many other tournaments as well. Really, the man in the background, making sure that everything runs smoothly. VIA, gave me an upgrade on my headship as well, so I'm feeling a lot, feeling up on top of it, but. Definitely appreciate all of our supporters, and every sub and donation does go towards making sure the next season and this season are as good as possible. So we're going to go to a very quick break. Do not go anywhere because we have the last two matches for you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the finals PHL Grand Champs. We got 2 more matches from you coming at you live from the virtual arena. My name is Artie. I'm joined here with Jerry, Waltz, and Rio, the GOATs as they are. But the real GOATs is the Alliance roster coming at this now in the lower finals up against Nightmare, Mr. Jerry.
Yes, Mr. Ardi. It is a game that we haven't yet seen in this bracket, as mentioned before the break, and I'm very excited because these are the 2 second place seeds from the regular season in EDU and NA, respectively, and they both have this juggernaut ahead of them of Team Ed, which we were just saying has wiped the floor with everyone, including both of these sides. So this isn't even the final boss for either of them, but it's just that fight for second place, maybe.
Oh.
And I am I calling it too early? Is that rude to say?
I mean, hey, the light at the end of the tunnel is Team Ed. And that's a very dim light for both of these teams. And I have to say, just talking about power rankings, yeah, we saw both Team Ed versus Alliance. We've seen Team Ed versus Nightmare. And so, Waltz, I want to bring this to you. Looking at the difference, right? How Team Alliance did up against Team Ed, how Team Nightmare did up against Team Ed. From what we've seen there, since we haven't seen Alliance versus Nightmare yet, who do you think is better fit for this next fight?
I think it's the thing about Team Nightmare, right? Is that Team Nightmare love to really play with the meta a little bit. They love to experiment. That's one of the things that I love Lasagna for is his ability to flex on so many different things. He's brought gas mines into the meta. He's run with different weapons. He switched off to heavy when he felt like it was useful. He's even experimented with light. The team is willing to flex around and try different things. When the meta is this set, I feel like in season 1, even more so than last season, there is one way to play right now. You play with Pike, maybe FAMAS if you're Treason and you're feeling really frisky, and then it just works. But there's not a lot of ability to kind of flex things around. We saw on Soul, when Nightmare was playing Ed, Lasagna almost always runs flashbang on Soul. He has something about that match. He likes that. Did not run it this past time. He just feels like it's no longer useful. He thinks there's one way. If there's no flexibility of play, I think Nightmare get locked into one particular play style, and when that doesn't work, it's hard for them. I think Alliance have more growth for them.
Gotcha. And then coming at you, Rio, what's your take on this? Because Waltz is kind of like Garfield. He loves lasagna, but I want to hear from you.
Well, I watched a lot of Nightmare in the previous matches, and I just think that they're going to be a slightly stronger team than Alliance. But that's more me being biased against NA teams. I really think that they're the stronger teams and have the better play style. I see Jerry looking at me, giving me those leering eyes. But yeah, I really do feel that this is going to be NA's day.
Alrighty, well, we're about to get into it. So, Waltz and Rio, the vault of the casting desk. Why don't you take it away from here?
Thank you very much, Artie. Nightmare versus Alliance. We have talked a lot about this one, Rio, but at the end of the day, we can only posit so much about what's going to happen. At the end of the day, Nightmare they're coming off of a loss, and Alliance is coming off of a win. That could spell the difference.
Yeah, I just keep getting flashbacks to the Alliance that we saw against the first Ed, and it was just kind of not the top tier that I expect. But with what we just saw, they pretty much redeemed themselves. So I am excited to jump into this because these 2 teams are going to give us a battle. This is going to be the battle of the regions. Which one is going to come on top? Which one is going to take us to the grand finals? Are we going to see an EU team? Are we going to see 2 NA teams? Come on, NA, I'm rooting for you guys. We got to have one esport, and the finals is definitely the one for us.
Surely this is the one where NA takes the cake. We'll have to see when we get to the major and we are on a LAN environment and there's no ping. It's definitely hard switching back and forth, which we are going to be doing in this series. So because we do have an NA and an EU team, this is going to be going back and forth between the 2 servers. Alliance getting the earlier spawn here, and it looks like we do have an NA server to start with, so it's going to be Nightmare on the home turf, aggressively moving up and chasing out Alliance, who had a little bit of defensive setup, but the domes go down, the glitches from both teams, a lot of damage being pumped into Palma. He's about to go down, Treason as well, 2 dead in the blink of an eye. Carnifex, the only one left on his team. Gremlin, almost dead, but still alive for the moment, chasing after that pesky light on Alliance. But when the dust settles, he does jump off the map, resets his team, knowing they're going to have time, especially because nobody's even tapped that vault yet.
Yeah, what a beam from Uni. He just came into that and just delete, and then the third one, and we're going to see that right now. Look at this aim. He brings down that dome shield, immediately targets the head of Treason, then immediately cleans up Palma on the second kill, and then the third player is just like, nah, I'm just going to jump off. I don't want to go against Uni. So this is quite a good example of what we're going to see throughout this entire match today.
And I know we had some people in chat earlier talking about who's the best light, who's the best controller player, who's the best light. I mean, you want to talk about somebody who has been around, been pushing forward the light meta for a very long time now. Uni popularizing that dash in a time when nobody wanted to. And oh no, Carney gets spotted out in the middle of nowhere. Really wishing he had some sort of invis at that moment, but Lasagna gets the final kill on him, winched into the air. Palma is just a sitting duck. At this point, he's a pinata getting taken out. Alliance. 2 in a row, and not a death on the side of Nightmare.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened there. They just did not seem to be aware of Gremlin at all. Look at this. They're looking the wrong direction. He comes in, goes on top, pulls one of them out, and then just deletes them both. Oh boy, Waltz, this is quite a start for this match.
And Monaco definitely, Skyway definitely has some very difficult to push points because of how disconnected this map is, especially being over here on the estate. It's hard to push in. The Pike going to be keeping these sightlines incredibly locked down. And Carnifex, he got spotted last time just trying to get his team into position. But here the aggression from further away. Palm with the RPG doesn't collect on a lot. The Pike shots, they're on opposite sides of this roof right now, but something has to give. They have to push in eventually. 50 seconds left. The winch there. On to Treason. He gets pulled in. He's going to go down. Gremlin continuing to get the shots when needed. He takes out the Heavy as well. Carney does get the kill, but he goes down. Lasagna finishing it up, and Gremlin, the first to go down, but he has to be on at least 6 kills now. That's crazy.
Yeah, let's look at the scoreboard. And yeah, 4. 4 kills, 3 assists. But I mean, look at all the assists. Every teammate has gotten an assist by killing somebody else. So they have all been focusing their fire, and Carnifex is the only person with 1 kill on the other side of things. But we're going to ignore that because I am impressed with what I'm seeing right now. It looks like Alliance has 1 more push. Actually, I take it back because the time is not going to go in their favor. So they're going to have to scramble, go off to the left here, try and avoid all of the shots from Uni and the rest of his team, try and get a little bit of space because, boy, they need to find their footing. They need to change something right now. I don't know what they need to do.
They definitely need to make sure that they're not getting caught in these long sight lines. Like, that has been causing them some major issues. The approach has been absolutely brutal for them. Fortunately, one of the worst points on this map has been taken away so far. Carney does have a nice lineup on Gremlin, sidesteps the winch. Beautiful movement from him. Chasing after, now that the utility is down. Just going to eat the damage onto Gremlin. He moves up the stairs, but that's not a safe haven. Uni taking out the other Heavy on the other side of the map. Looking for a revive there. Treason has eyes on Palma. They're just going to be 2 lights and mediums on the map staring at each other for a minute until somebody respawns. But Treason goes down. Uni beaming him from across the map. It's just Carney left. Nobody even near the vault, so this is kind of just a timing fight right now. Lasagna looking to take out Carnifex, but Carnifex is getting the better of this fight, turns around, bails out of here, and Nightmare kind of looking their wounds for a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just see him trying to chase them down. This is quite a little chase here. Both lights dashing in and out of the buildings, trying to stay alive. But finally, Lasagna goes down from Carnifex. He did get that chase, and finally, a corner brings him to the end. So we're going to watch as Nightmare gets the tap on the vault. They're going to be in control of it, and I'm curious because I think that they're going to try and take it to C. C is a great little spot. It's way up to the top. They have a lot of places to drop it, and it's just really one of the better spots in this entire map. But they're not going to have many chances to set up because they're immediately here. They go off to the side. Oh no, somebody just fell off the map. Poor Gremlin has fallen, and it is now down to just 2 people on Nightmare. They're going to have to scramble and find their footing because now Alliance has gotten the plug, and this battle is about to get started.
The C4 still on the point. Gremlin just disappearing into the ether here as he's going to have to still be up 10 seconds. So lots of time for Nightmare, but a bit of an unforced error there. Did not need to die. He's going to have to spend an extra coin. Already down to 2 coins in this final round, so, you know, it shouldn't become too much of a problem. He still has several more fights, but that could, if these fights drag out for a very long time, could actually become a problem for them. No mesh as well. Lamp's still the only one to pull out a mesh, and it's going to be hard for them to make this cross. Carney picks off Uni as well. Uni was trying to hide and keep himself isolated. The stagger never ending.
Yeah, this is just the slow down. Nobody wants to push. You've got such a big gap, and you know the second you go out there, you are just going to be beamed by this pike. And you can see Treason just setting up in these perfect positions, and hopefully he's going to get a few shots off here. He did a little bit of chip damage, but again, they are just struggling to make any movement here. It is an uphill battle. They have to go against all odds, and honestly, I don't even think that they're going to have a chance to push into this cash out before it runs out.
They need to do something silly with a gateway. Move around and find a positioning that's not expected. There's the heals. All 3 back up now. If they can't make it up in the next few seconds, they're never going to be able to do so. They've pushed Treason back, but the heal is there immediately. Now as they try to move, Uni's going to get taken down. Moving up with the dome shield. Gremlin tries to do something a little bit fancy, but it's not going to happen. Lasagna jumping in towards his death. He's going to be taken on 3 and a bunch of bullets to the face. Nice defense from Alliance, knowing, and the staggers as well. I mean, Alliance getting a little bit lucky there with Gremlin just kind of jumping off the edge of the map.
Yeah, and that's just what makes it so hard against these pikes, because they have all of that damage that they're able to just hold you back, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Every bit of this advance was just stopped by one player, and that's it. And it is amazing what one little weapon with so much range can really do to control a map like Skyway.
Yeah, it definitely is. We've come a long way since the shotgun heavy, you know, close range meta that we used to have. It is now all pike all day, being able to keep these angles, and it does make these approaches so difficult. But now we're on even footing. These really difficult sites, they've been locked down. Carney tries to steal that gateway away. We've seen so many times. Has to get a little bit of a disadvantageous position for himself, and the push going in. Lasagna taking out Treason, and now the heavy of Alliance is taking a lot of damage as well. Getting shot there from the back, being chased by the rest of the team, but he's very low. Can he finish this off? Gremlin does finish off the counterpart. Still nobody dead as Carnifex keeping himself hidden in a hole over to the side. Doesn't look like he's planning on showing whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'm almost wondering if this is maybe where Alliance is just kind of slipping up just a little bit. We're continuously seeing Carnifex being the last person remaining of his team. So, you know, we didn't have that issue with Uni because he's playing really close with his teams, but Carnifex, they're kind of untethering him. They're letting him do his own thing, and I'm not sure that it's working. I think it might be more map dependent, and this is a little bit harder of a map to stay close to each other in a situation like this, but we're all going to see now because we are down to the last cash out. It has been started by Nightmare. We see them set up. Look at the formation in front of them. They know them. They're spotting them out, but they have a great spread on there and are basically controlling every single approach that they could possibly do. So Alliance has to find a little bit of footing. They need that gateway. They're sending their light player there. They have the gateway. They have pushed over, and they're about to get started.
Push coming in. They did get that approach nicely, but they have been spotted. Nightmare going to know where they are and know they're going to be underneath, looking for a jump pad play. Drops it down all the way. Nice D-mats there from Treason. But now they actually have to go for the seal, looking for the zip line. Going to try to get up onto the high ground, reset, and make sure that they control the sight lines. They have eyes on both of them, looking for that entry RPG. Tosses it out there, but doesn't hit anything. Has his dome shield as well. Still keeping it in his pocket for a rainy day if he does, but he's on 1 HP. Gonna have to use it eventually, but he gets taken out. Lasagna with the 2-piece and Carnifex dying to the elements. Only a little bit of time left. It's going to be a dash if they want to get this steal.
Yeah, and you know what I'm noticing in what we've seen so far, just these first 3 cash outs, it is basically both of these teams are crazy defensive teams. They're not so good at pushing, but my god, they are good at setting up, getting ready for whatever is about to be thrown at them, and I really feel like this entire series is going to be determined on who gets the vault at the beginning. But we're going to see as Alliance tries to make their last approach, this cash out is ticking down. We are running low. They need to make something happen right now. Great winch claw, pulls it all the way out in there. They're going to hide themselves a perfect amount of space. They need to go on it right now. Here comes the steal. Everybody's diving directly on it, trying to get the stuff. Oh my god, everybody's trying to hold it. The goo stuff. Did they do it? They did it. Nightmare was able to buy themselves just enough time. My god, what an amazing wrap up to that map.
Alliance actually making it really close. Nightmare had to sweat a little bit there at the end. The approaches have been so much faster. Teams have been so much better about taking these kind of off-angle approaches. And you're right, that match entirely about the defense, just being able to get those plugs, lock that down. I think we're going to see less of that in our future matches because Skyway definitely the easiest to not lock these sight lines down. We might see a similar approach on Fortune, maybe some on Bernal, but I think Sis is going to be a lot more of these knockdown, drag out fights, hopefully. But you can see the Pikes for sure. Treason doing a lot of damage from range. Lasagna with 9 kills that match.
Yeah, that honestly, that was a great match. I know it felt a little one-sided and Nightmare was just a little bit more dominant, but I really believe that it goes down to just the defenses. I think Nightmare has a great defensive system, and I just think that it's so hard to push against. But the same thing can be said for Alliance because they did the exact same thing. They set up a great defense and made it where it was almost impossible for Nightmare to go up there. Every approach that they did, they just shut them down. So this is quite cool to me because in all the matches we've seen this weekend, I don't think that we've seen two teams that are so perfectly set up on defenses.
Yeah, and this was Nightmare's pick. So Nightmare did get to pick Skyway, that being their first choice, knowing that they can hold down these long angles, which is definitely it was a, I don't know if you'd call it a gamble, but it definitely maybe a bit of an ego there because Treason, as Jerry has like to talk about a lot, is definitely one of the best pike players in the world right now. When you think about signature weapons on EU, especially, it's Treason at the top, and he has really been adapted to this meta. So going up and expecting to win these long range battles against someone like Treason definitely is for especially your first map makes a lot of sense to get that momentum flowing underneath you. We'll have to see if they can keep it up though, because we're already swapping between servers. So that was on NA servers. Now they're going to be over on EU. So this time maybe Alliance is going to be able to put something together and actually figure out how to kind of push back and keep Nightmare from running away with this.
Yeah, I think that'll be a great way to see if it is more of a ping battle. Is it more of a just, skill battle? I am kind of in the belief that these days ping doesn't matter a ton. It does have an impact and you do learn to play around it, but I feel like it's more just that first like few minutes just kind of learning, okay, this is the way the server feels and I can do it. And these players are really professional players, so they have experienced this. They scrim on all of the servers. So yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like ping is really going to matter that much going into this battle, but hey, we're going to find out, and I might be eating my words as Alliance just totally destroys Nightmare. Let's find out.
Looking forward to it. We're going to be on Sis Horizon, of course, as you said, and I wonder if we're going to see any swap up in the weapons. We saw the Treason did switch over to that FAMAS on Fortune Stadium, so have to keep an eye out and see if he does make that decision. But Pike seems to be the choice on Sis Horizon. I think what I really need to see happen here is what is Uni's choice, because Uni has been the most variable of the players. He's been between ARN, he's been between M11, he's been occasionally on 93R. Seems like this map is potentially one of the ones he's going to run the ARN on, but I'm looking forward to see because that could determine a lot of how they play.
Absolutely. Let's find out as we get started on Sis Horizon, one of the favorite maps by all teams. The vault has already spawned. Both teams are relatively close to it. It looks like Alliance might get the first tap. We see the bounce pad being set up, but boy, everybody is here and the clash is about to get started. Gremlin gets the first tap. RPG going off, hits Gremlin really hard. Nice little winch claw pulling him out. Gremlin's gonna die in this battle, and he did. Just deleted him. They're gonna on a battle plan. They are trying to charge in there and get any kills that they can. Uni now set up trying to go a little bit around. He is running the 93R, so that's an interesting choice for Sis Horizon, Waltz.
Yeah, he does give him that mix of long and close range, which you can get in Sis Horizon depending on which cash out you're going to be there at. So getting the revive onto Gremlin, they're going to be at full health again. I think the biggest thing is that we haven't seen Uni run a lot of 93R to date. It seems like he's been prioritizing the M11, wanting those full auto. We know he can do well with this. He's popped off with this weapon before. Maybe he's just kind of tired of getting diffed by these 93Rs. The jump comes in from Alliance. Lasagna isolated by himself right now, but they did not successfully catch anyone. The tides have turned now. Alliance on the low ground. They're going to be harried left, right, and center by the side of Nightmare. Moving up the zip line, up and down, just keeping eyes on where they are. Up on top of the stairwell, Lasagna eats an RPG, but he's still quite healthy. Not a lot of health there left in the infuser. He gets a little top up, but not a ton. He has to reset, but Gremlin found his heavy counterpart. The barricades are there, but they sidestep the barricade, looking to finish off Palma. Palma goes down. Gremlin picking off one, looking for the second. The 93R shots from the side. They're also low. Carney versus Uni. The light battle is here. Can they get a revive? Carney might be sticking this long res off to the side. He's just waiting for him to do the same. Uni gonna be able to get this long res. He actually gets no just in time. Carney.
Oh, and you could see Carnifex just running around trying to spot him, and then spotted him out of the corner of his eye. Had to jump back there, and then it was all over. He just aimed directly on Uni's head, and you know from Uni's perspective, there was half a second left on that res. And if he would have gotten that res off, they would have had Gremlin back in the battle, and a heavy versus one light. Boy, that would have changed the entire battle. So I gotta say, I am loving this matchup so far. Both of these teams genuinely feel ready to fight. Watching now as they're starting their approach onto B. This cash out has a fourth of it left. They really need to make something happen. It is just ticking down. We see that they're a floor below, and they're trying to spot them out. Lasagna just looking all around, getting some good shots off with the pike, but he immediately gets healed back up by their light player. He's now targeting Carnifex. He didn't get him down, but he did get some good damage on them, but I don't think there's enough time. This cash out is running low. They do get Carney down, but now he's chasing the others, and sadly, he gets down as well. It is all on Palma versus Gremlin. Which one is going to walk away? And Nightmare get the kills, but not enough time to get the cash.
I love what they tried to do there. Lasagna ignoring the point, knowing his team is going to follow him up instead. He wanted to prevent the entirety of Alliance from getting to the point and dropping it, working on that delay. He thinks if he can be the spoiler in between his team and the enemy team, he can actually buy them enough time. Was close to it, but the gateway set up from Alliance, they had that prepared gateway. Make sure that the fight stays around long enough that they can delay that. So a nice placement from them. And I think what Alliance are definitely doing, I mean, the ping difference does make a big, it helps a lot, right? Like making sure that you can actually hit your shots a lot more securely, not having to worry about that. That does make a big difference, but also they're just playing a lot tighter than they were. I feel like they were getting split too often in the last match.
I agree. I think that they made a call and was just like, hey, we really need to stay closer together. And that is exactly what we're seeing. Nice little gateway now. Everybody is traversing across the map. Looks like C will get plugged. They're definitely making their way over there, but everybody is about to clash directly on this point. Nice little bounce pad. Brings everybody over there, throwing some goo, getting prepared because they know that the enemy team is about to just dive directly on them. Blitz grenade already going off, bringing down all of the utility for one of the teammates. And now we see the Pike moving off to the back, trying to buy himself some distance. Good little setup, nice positioning, and now we're watching as the cash out has dropped down its first layer. It looks like all of Nightmare is here off to the side. They want to make this approach. Nobody has gone down just yet, but the battle is just getting started, Waltz.
Aggressive gateways. Every time Carnifex is prepping these gateways, something we don't always see these lights do, but now the steal goes through. He's looking to back his team up. The winch comes in from Gremlin, does prevent the steal, but Lasagna trying to duel with Gremlin. Gremlin going down. Treason is very low, gets healed up by his team. Nightmare still in control of this. Uni takes out Palma on the backside, has to survive now, but he goes down. Lasagna versus the world, but he wins that fight. It's him versus Carnifex. Light versus a medium, not very good when you are the light against the Pike. He looks around for the corner, trying to use that D-mat, but he wins the 1v1. He's gonna take the cash out and get the revive, and Nightmare looking to have this series evened up. They are now facing the barrel of a 1-1.
Oh my god, that was played so perfectly, and we're going to see this immediately on the replay, and watching that as the Pike shots just don't connect for Lasagna. He's able to get it, and he goes for this res, but immediately gets chased down by Lasagna, but Lasagna gets the final bullet to his brain and gets deleted by Carney. Carney now has the setup, and they are just watching this clock tick down. Maybe about 25 seconds left. There's going to be one approach left, but I'm not sure they're going to have enough time, Waltz.
It is going to be tight. They do still have about 20 seconds left, about 10 for them to start sealing, but they found him in the high ground, in the stairs. Palma, he's been spotted by Gremlin, drops the barricade, anything to separate the fight, keep himself away. Uni does get on the backside. Carnifex is down, but Treason is very low. There's 3 members left. Can they get this? He gets blown up by the RPG. The steal is going through. Uni, he has enough time for this. It looked like it was over, but Nightmare rolling over the enemy, and Alliance could not hold on.
Oh, that was amazing there. That was the last second, genuinely down to probably a fraction of a second left on that timer, and they got it. They got the wipe. I was about to say, I gotta eat my words. There isn't a ping difference. Blah blah blah. Nope, nope. They're throwing it right back, and this is exactly what I was expecting from Nightmare. I'm thinking that this is where they're gonna get their speed, get their momentum, and just start to steamroll. But hey, we're gonna find out as both teams start to get their approach towards the vault. I think the vault has been tapped by Nightmare, but it seems like Alliance is going the opposite way. They're going a little bit out of the traditional path. I'm not sure what their plan is, but they don't want to start a confrontation right away.
They want to wait. One thing we haven't talked a lot about is the fact that Alliance are running barricades on Alpha. Right there. We'll talk about that in a moment because they're already caught in a crossfire of the rest of Nightmare. They get the plug, but Nightmare are not going to be caught on the way back. Gremlin does get winched in. He is going to get caught, melted by the entirety of Alliance. Palma pushing and looking for Uni now, but he might just run into his bullets. Actually, he's surviving. He takes them out. Palma continuing to melt the entirety of Nightmare, and Nightmare's gone. They had the plug, but they get picked off. So often we've seen these teams run for this. Is what we were seeing Secret do in the previous match as well, is they would wait for the plug to happen and look to catch them as they run away. Alliance taking that strategy and working it.
Wow, that was amazing. And every single person on Alliance got a kill on somebody from Nightmare. So they all won their 1v1s. They all played professionally and were able to just kind of target the right person. It's amazing to what you see. And now we're watching them as they get set up. Nice little bounce pad and barricade. Not sure what the bounce pad was, but I think they tried to get a gateway a little bit higher up in there so they can just have an escape route for when they need to get the heck out of Dodge. Watching now as this cash out has about a minute left. It is starting to run down. And we're seeing Nightmare maybe go directly for a steal. This is a good play because it's going to force all of Alliance to be baited out and come directly there. And that goo is blocking them, but they decide to pull off of it. They're going immediately for the fight. Looks like Uni is down. Gremlin is down, all on Lasagna. It is running low for him. He does get one of them down, and Nightmare have been wiped.
That's it for game number 2 with only about 30 seconds left on the timer. They're going to be able to respawn, but almost certainly not enough time. Great defensive movements there from Alliance. One of my issues with these teams, a lot of these EU teams, that they would set up way too far away, and when the steal went through, they didn't have the time to make it onto the point. Alliance not having that problem. The second that steal goes through, even with the winches pulling it out of position, they are ready. They are prepared. Nightmare making a dead run for this point. They still think they have a chance, and they might if they can get onto it right now. But with the winch pulling it outside, they're just running into a crossfire. It could just be a trap of their own making, and they are quickly wiped. Alliance were prepared. The match is over, and we go to map 3 with an even score.
Oh, I love this. That was such a great clash of the teams. You could see the NA playstyle really hitting up close with the EU playstyle, and just the way that the speed, the way that they approach the vault fights, the way they approach just every little battle in there just felt really well composed. So I am impressed. Carnifex, oh my god, look at all that gold off to the right. He was definitely the leader on their team. And really, we saw him do some amazing shots into some amazing plays as a light player. So yeah, a lot of credit goes to him. Maybe I am wrong. I will admit it that maybe Ping does have a little bit to play here.
Yeah, ping definitely does change, and the play style as well, right? Like you see Palma running barricades, not something he's running on the NA side of things, just a little harder to get those down. He's using those as very much a get out of jail free card. It's so much faster to place a barricade than it is to drop a dome shield, right? And so if you are taking damage, you can just instantly place a barricade. Kind of similar to, like when they would have mesh shield, but since he's not running mesh shield, he needs to have a very quick way to defend himself. It's something that we don't see in NA. We don't see many people run it at all, actually, period. We saw a lot of these teams in Champs Season 0 on the EU side of things continuing to run Barricade. They stopped because Goo is just generally better in almost every situation. It does more for you. You can get rid of Barricades, but Palma still believes in them. And maybe that was part of the difference. I don't think we saw Barricades really do a lot for them in this past match. Carney was definitely the decider, but it is going to be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I agree, because I didn't see any moment that was like, oh my god, the barricade did that, or the barricade stopped that. But maybe I need to go back and watch and just see how they used them and kind of what their situation was when they used them. Because I agree with you, it's an interesting choice. I believe that Goo, just having an instant wall that you can throw down, it has a few, things that can be, done to get rid of it, like a CL40 or kind of charge and slam. But I just think that it's so strong and compiled with a nice like medium that can do a Goo pad and everything like that. I think Goo makes more sense. But hey, they're trying it. They're making it work. Maybe we'll have a chat with Young and see like why. But hey, yeah, and just really kind of a great match, and we're 1-1. So
Oh yeah.
we have a
I
lot
mean,
to
there
come.
is a reason why they are the ones that are getting in the top 3 of Champ Season 1, and we're just here watching them, right? Like they have put so much time, so much effort into prepping these strategies. It's not something you pull out on a whim. It's something you genuinely believe in. And the fact that they're not running it on NA ping, well, only when they're on EU, means that there's an active reason for that, which I think is
Yeah.
very neat to see the thought being put into that. And
Mhm.
it does mean that their play style might also differ a little bit when you're putting around that C4 versus playing around those barricades. It actually really changes things. So moving into our third map, we are back on NA ping now. Could mean that Nightmare pick up this second match.
I don't know because I honestly don't want to say that because then it would mean that it really is a ping thing. And I don't know, but I think that these two teams are really well equipped, and I am excited to see us get started on Fortune Stadium. But Walt, since we're going to Fortune Stadium, I have a fortune for you. And your fortune today is something blue will bring you unexpected luck. So there you go, bud. Hopefully that's a good fortune. Maybe that means something to you. Who knows? But with
Team
that
Liquid
said, we're
confirmed. Is that what I heard?
don't
Team
leak stuff,
Liquid.
man. Come on.
Oh, I would be so happy. If only that was an actual league. But we do have 2 amazing orgs that are facing off right now. Alliance and Nightmare moving into match 3 of our lower finals. Winner of this gonna move on to take off Ed. Guaranteed top 2 and a potential for the first place of the $3,000 pool that we have here for Champs Season 1.
Love it, and you know that they are all biting at the bit to get a little bit of that cash. Watching now as the first vault has been tapped by Alliance, we see the approach from Nightmare, and they're staying very close below it. Interesting movement by Uni, kind of dabbing up and down, bouncing a little. Not sure what his strategy is there, but I'm sure there's something we're not seeing. Vault 1 has been opened, and nice little positioning by Treason. You can almost see the setup right now. We know that they want to bring this cash out somewhere that they just walk directly into this, but right now it is at a complete standstill.
And not a lot happening. Both teams playing it very slow. You do not want to be the team that loses this fight and then the plug happens over on Sexter 6. Unfortunately, that seems to be exactly what's happening for Nightmare right now. So they are on their way, snatches him out of the air. Nice winch from him. Gremlin goes down with assistance from Carnifex, the M11 being run by him again. And Nightmare are just gone in the blink of an eye. 2 from Carnifex, 1 there from Treason. And this is the nightmare of Nightmare, having to cross this point against a Pike. Brutal stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is the hospital cash out. It's the one that you really don't want to go against. You have so many vantage points that you can just get deleted on the approach, and you really have to rely on your light player to just get a gateway there and get away safely to kind of bring the rest of your team over. So Nightmare has now respawned. They didn't even respawn that close, so they've got a nice little approach there, and it's going to really impact them as they start this bounce pad over. Nice little DMAT. They are going to do the approach, but we are seeing immediately that they do get spotted out. So they are at issue of being dealt a little bit of damage, but they make their approach, they bring it over. Only Uni got a little bit of damage towards himself, but that's okay. They're getting ready to go directly underneath this cash out. They are developing a plan and getting ready to execute it, Waltz.
Both teams not willing to step out of line. There's still 2 more games that you have to win, but being up in match points position means so much. Dome Shield's going down for both teams. Gremlin stepping into the enemy Dome Shield. He's got immediately eliminated. Uni getting a pick, so there's a trade for both teams. The defib from Lasagna, 3 back, but a lot of damage being pumped in from the side. Uni continuing to melt the rest of the team. Carnifex by himself gets taken out by Gremlin. A Nightmare striking back and pull this out from Alliance and not allow them to keep running away with this.
Yeah, that was a really good push. They were able to get directly in there. They made it across without much damage, and then they just executed that flawlessly. I don't even think anybody went down in that battle. We see often people get low, but yeah, not what we're expecting to see. Nice little blocking with the goo grenade over there. It is going to make the approach that much harder. They do a little bounce pad, getting that light player out there. Gateway as well. The rest of the team can bring themselves over. They have just a few seconds to get honestly on this cash out point. They drop it, but they are out of DMAT, so they can't close it up. Now he's trying to write it down. He's staying on top of it. Is this going to work for him? No, they winch claw him and pull him out, and Nightmare are able to hold on to this and watching as they get the last few kills and clean up Alliance.
Ooh, the glitches have been so nice. We've seen that from teams a lot where they'll go for the steal, they'll drop a glitch, and the Light will sometimes expend both glitches just to prevent the C4 from going off. In this case, didn't quite work out. Look at this last desperate attention. Treason actually switched over to the FAMAS as well. Almost rides this all the way down, but at the last moment, he gets winched in. He can't hold on to it, as you said. So nice play from Nightmare to defend that. Almost riding it down by Treason, but was able to pull back. So a nice play from them, holding on to this. And the ping differential, at the very least, teams on their home turf definitely still continuing to win.
Yeah, that is looking that way for sure. We're gonna get Lasagna back up. Nightmare are making their way towards the vault, but I think Alliance are gonna get the tap on it first. They do have the tap. Nice little camera angle directly in the cement, but that's okay. We're gonna keep going as the goo grenade in his hand. Now a goo barrel in hand by Palma. Trying to get a setup somewhere. I think he's just looking for any vantage point, maybe a little gargoyle setup, but it is all just a slow down now as we enter the rooftop battle of this fight.
Yeah, both teams running a little bit slower here. This is where Alliance needs to slow down, make sure that they are approaching these fights the way that they want to. They have to take these on their own terms. If they let Nightmare dictate the terms, they could be looking at match point, and that's not where you want to be. Your tournament dreams could die right here in the lower final. Drops the goo behind him, has the dome shield still. Looks like he's actually swapped out the barricade for that goo. He's not running C4, he's running goo, so he still wants those walls, and on the NA ping, wants something that, even if it's a little slower, gets him a little bit more coverage like we were talking about. Alliance making some nice moves as a team, moving around the outside of this point, setting the defenses up very nicely. We saw a lot from them in the last series as well. They have been spotted. Has eyes on them. Lasagna has broken the defenses. He has eyes on them now, and this is when Nightmare strike.
Yeah, I was really hoping to get a little bit more damage with that pike, but he didn't really hit those headshots that you need to bring them down. We see how close all of Alliance is playing together. They are just grouped up. They are not wanting to leave. They are letting Nightmare just get directly on there. They know that they have everything to kite it, and I'm not sure what's happening right now as they're holding it. They're riding it down, and they has traded hands. Nightmare now in control of it, and Lasagna trying to get some shots off. He does bring Carnifex down, and that is going to be massive because it's all on Palma, and he gets wiped as well. There might be one more attempt from Alliance, but boy, it is not looking good.
Lasagna here playing the angles really, really nicely, not committing too hard into the getting right there next to the steal, staying far enough away that Carnifex desperately looking to get involved. He's already losing members of his team. Treason is going down, and he needs to be there to help. But because of where Lasagna's set up, he's just dashing right into him. The light at the end of that tunnel was unfortunately Lasagna and a pike glinting into his face, so that was not the light you wanted to be running into. They do have one more chance, though. Alliance desperately pushing for this. There's the DMAT, and might even bring it down 2 floors. Sees the C4, knocks that down. No more drops available at this point. Drops the goo, has the dome shield as well, but they need to start the steal at some moment. Treason is very low. The winch comes in. Palma, the only one left on his team. He might be able to take out Gremlin, but against 2, I don't think he has anything left in the tank, and Lasagna closes this one out for Nightmare. Another win for them, and that's going up 2-1 in this series.
Oh my god, this is insane. I did not think it would be this kind of back and forth. And yeah, maybe it's more of a map thing. Maybe it's their pick that they're winning. I have no idea, but that was a great matchup on Monaco. Nightmare were just controlling it basically the entire time. There were only even a couple of team wipes that I remember. Was there even a team wipe from Nightmare? I can't even think of one. So it's just looking at the kills there, it seems like they just were kind of running that lobby.
Yeah, after that initial wipe that they got on that Sector 6, they came right back, wiped Alliance, and then just had the momentum behind them. So moving back to the EU servers again. So will we continue to have the teams taking their home server, or are we going to see them finally buck the trend? Of course, that would mean we have a NA versus NA Grand Finals if Nightmare take the next map, where they are going to be on match point, of course. And I know Jerry would be very sad if we're not going to have an EU team in the finals.
Yeah, I know he would be sad, but you know what? On the flip side of it, I would be really happy. if we don't have one. So, it's both sides of the coin there. But yeah, right now I am really curious because we need just that one team to beat the ping, basically. They need to show that they're able to perform on both sides of the world. And that's kind of what we're waiting for. If this really is a ping thing, and chat, feel free to voice your opinion on what you think is happening. But I don't know. I really believe that these two teams have such similar and close play styles that maybe this tiny little difference is what we're seeing. Do you feel that way, or do you think there's something else at play, Waltz?
No, I do think these tiny differences make a lot, like
Mm.
and you can bring that down to ping, but the teams are prepared for ping. They scrim on other
Yeah.
ping all the time. Like it's not like that is the only thing that we have going, here. There are other things happening. They are making sure that they plan for this and run specific strategies. I think it mostly just speaks to how much EU have improved over the past, few months, right? Because when you look at
Yeah.
season 0, it was a domination by the side of NA, just running over these EU teams. Now we had not
Mhm.
only two EU teams that were in the final four, we also have the winners from season 0, Nightmare, being taken down, taken to several games by Alliance. A team that did not, a couple members played as subs in season 0,
Mhm.
but they were a stack that formed and went through qualifiers in EU.
Yeah, and honestly, like we've had this conversation behind the scenes, but that is one of my favorite things that like EU has stepped up this season. They were kind of, not the most composed teams, and something just kicked them into high gear. And I have seen improvements by every EU team, so it's really fun to see. And I know that there's a lot of EU people thinking that this is their time to find their way into the finals, but I don't know. I also just really feel like NA definitely needs a little EU championship by their own. But with that said, what is the next map we're going to, Waltz?
So our next map is going to be on Bernal. So I
Mm.
assume Treason will be happy with the Pike. We've seen Pike dominate in Bernal. And you were asking earlier, you said,
Mhm.
why are teams picking Bernal so much? We did not see a lot of Bernal love when it first came out. I heard a lot of teams
No.
actually actively disliking it. It was
Yep.
not something we really enjoyed. But I feel like we've actually seen Bernal become a favorite by a lot of
Yeah.
these teams. It feels like it's constantly picked, or at the very least, it's not being banned. And that's definitely something I
Yeah.
think to look at because there are maps that we do see consistently banned. We rarely see Skyway, we rarely see
Mhm.
Monaco, maps like that we rarely see Seoul, and maybe
Yeah.
Bernal is just one of those middle of the round maps.
And you know what I'm noticing now? We've never seen Kyoto. No, I'm just kidding. But with that said, Bernal, I think that Bernal is really good just for Pike. With the Pike meta, everybody's able to see just such long sight lines. There's not as much verticality as you have on other maps because everything is just kind of 1 to 2 levels. So that might be the reason. Chat, I'd love to hear your theories of why everybody in Pro League is picking the Bernal as the map. But with that said, is this the opportunity for Nightmare to take it all home, or are we going to go to map number 5 because Alliance are able to bring it back?
I mean, I love the Nightmare Boys, but I'm also a big fan of Alliance, one of my favorite orgs in the scene, and I love that they've decided to come into the finals and pick up this deserving team. And of course, everybody wants to see a game 5. Nobody wants to see this end early. If the trend continues, we'll get a game 5. We went to 4 last match, but definitely going to be the long-range battle here. They're sitting on top of point A, so Alliance are well-positioned to move to wherever Nightmare decide to go. Especially to get to B, they're going to have to go all the way around the entirety of the map. So Nightmare have no choice. There's not going to be a sneaky plug. It's basically just, duck and shoot, duck and shoot, duck and shoot. We're doing a little crouching, a little bobbing up in here.
Yeah, interesting gameplay, but hey, it's working for them. They're able to get the vault, but nope, they just bring it directly to the top, and now everybody's clashing on it. Nice little grenade goes off, blowing up the rooftop. Everybody is just taking some damage here. It looks like they're able to bring Carnifex down, and Palma brings Gremlin down. Reses are going off now, but nobody has taken the vault just yet. We're going to see as one team tries to battle it out, but
Oh,
sadly,
no.
there goes Gremlin, and it is now a 2 versus 3. Can things change up? Because Uni is here to deal
Ooh, what's
some
that?
damage. And it looks like they are running around. This is a really kind of sloppy battle, but let's see if Uni gets the res off, but he gets spotted out. There is a res that went off, but now it is still a 2 versus 3. He gets a chase down, Treason down in that battle. This is now a 2 versus 2. Can something change? Are they going for a res? RPG brings Carnifex down. Now it's down to Gremlin and Palma. They need to go at this. Gremlin driving directly on it. He goes for a res instead. This might be the better move as Palma also getting a res off, but he knows he's right there. He's able to winch palm off. I don't think he got the res off. What a great play by Nightmare. Wow. From sloppy to well played.
Oh, Gremlin. Incredible plays from him. Look at this replay here. Just Uni again. We saw this last time, but this time he survives just long enough that he actually gets the res. That changes the entire fight. Gremlin is the decider in so many of these fights. Uni and Lasagna have been playing together for a long time, but they have run through a bunch of different heavies. They've had a lot of different threes in the past, but Gremlin has definitely slotted in really well with this team, has been doing a really good job, and now, holding on Church, Alliance have to find a way to push in. Gremlin dropping some goo. The defenses are being set up slowly but surely from the side of Nightmare, and Alliance are going to have to figure out a way to get in and crack this egg.
Yep, they have to find something. It is the cash out has already started. Nightmare looking pretty, getting some good damage on Lasagna, but he's having to pull off. Treason is looking very hurt in that battle. The steal did go off. Now Alliance is in control. There are those barricades. They were able to buy themselves a little bit of space from that, so maybe that is the first time that I've seen it work. But hey, now they just have to hold on to it for a whole minute. Moving up to the rooftop, we see that Carnifex is trying to get some shots off with the M11, but immediately gets a Winch Clawed in there, and it is a trade, a 1-for-1. Gremlin goes down. Now we're watching from Uni's perspective as he tries to find somebody out, healing up his teammates. He spots somebody out on the rooftop. I'm not sure he knows he's there. There he goes. He's got to bring him down, but God, he misses a few of his shots. Now he's chasing them. The Goose stops him. He's going to force him to go around, but Treason goes down in that. All it is on is Palma, the last person remaining, and I think he got out of there and is going to wait for his teammates to coin in.
Has to hold this defense, though. There's not a lot of time left. He throws a goo barrel in, has the barricades to quickly separate the fight, drops the dome shield. His team is turning in, but Gremlin running face first through the door, just going to take the damage, and Uni is there to back him up. Not a lot of time left.
No!
Lasagna, the boot. Oh, the dome shield wasn't enough. He does get out of the way, though, using the barricades against the enemy team now. Carnifex unable to get past them, but the heals are there. Gremlin and Uni going to finish him off, protect Lasagna. The steal goes through, and Nightmare, for the first time, a team taking a cash out on their opposing server.
Oof, man, and that was such a hard cash out to steal too because of it is so out in the open. Those barricades actually helped both teams by buying themselves a little bit of space from the oncoming barrage. So interesting play, very open cash out, very hard one to take, and honestly, Nightmare did pretty much everything right there. Lasagna sitting at 0 kills, a little unexpected, but hey, he is still supporting his team, and that's what a good medium player does. Vault 2 has been spawned. Both teams are starting their approach. Nice little DMAT and bounce pad. They're getting to some height advantage here, and this is exactly what Alliance needs. They need to get a pick here, and they get Lasagna down. It's exactly what they need to get the tap on this vault and start the control.
It is going to be a quick, long res. Because of the distance, they're going to be able to get him back up, but that does give the Alliance the ability to reposition it wherever they want. He might not be getting the kills, especially with that Pike on back servers, but between Gremlin and Uni, they're definitely putting in the work for him. Gateway goes down. They're going to be able to remove this. Looks like they're heading over towards the amphitheater on Bernal. A very wide open space that's going to benefit the long range of this Pike. They want to plug this. If they move too early, they could get caught in the reverse situation. Uni going to take out Treason. There's the Pike. This could be the word to go. Lasagna getting healed up, but Gremlin still dueling with all three on the high ground. Uni pushing forward, looking to back his team up. The medium is down, so there's no defibs. They have to go for a long res. This means that they're going to be in danger if they try to secure that long res in the corner. You can see Palma doing so, bringing up the rest of his team. Uni pushing forward. Here's the revive coming out, and the entirety of Alliance now moving forward to punish Uni's position.
Yeah, Alliance really needs to get there and punish it because it's all on Lasagna. They're going to let them coin in. I think they're going to just ignore them and get the vault plugged. This is the better way to do it. Let them coin in and get set up one more time. They're taking it over to B. As we said, it's the amphitheater. It's one of my favorite cash outs, to be honest, especially right here because you do have the opportunity to drop it. It's not in that middle area, and you can really set up in a few spots that make you able to just kind of dive on it. And see, we're seeing that right now. They're dematted off into the side of that amphitheater. It'll be a great setup now. Watching now as Gremlin brings up Uni, they're going to have all of their team here ready for the approach, and they do have a little bit of a height advantage. If they're able to spot somebody out, especially with that Pike, this will be the perfect entry pick. But watching now as Alliance is really grouping up off to the side of the map, they're very far away from this cash out. This could play into their favor or not because they immediately get spotted out. Carnifex taking a lot of damage as they approach there, but nobody has gone down just yet. It's starting to slow down. Everybody's making a methodical approach to this cash out, and I'm really not sure who's going to end up taking it, Waltz.
Carney is so isolated from his team. The gateway does get him close, but that was a scary situation for just a moment. Now they're all placed under the bleachers here. They could get found, though. This is the height. The RPG does connect onto Carney. Half health now, but he's not going to drop. Gremlin knows that if he goes down there, there's 3 people looking right back at him. He sees all of them now. Immediate drop of the dome shield, and he catches Carney. Carney didn't go with this team. He's now isolated once again. Reason as well on low HP. The light and the medium struggling for health. He turns his back onto Palma, looking to take him out. Everyone on no HP, but they somehow survive. Nightmare actually hitting the worst of that fight. They're surviving on such a low HP, but they're spreading the damage. It was so well done by Alliance.
It was. They just came in there, they found their opening, and they just kind of bought themselves enough distance that they didn't have to deal with Gremlin. He was able to get a lot of them down, but he just didn't chase and follow them up. So interesting plays on both sides of things, and look at this spawn. They are going to spawn really close, but I don't think there's enough time. We are definitely bringing this down to the 3rd cash out, and it is all going to come down to this. Now we're in a nice little rooftop battle. Nobody wants to make the advance just yet. As I say that, Uni just dips out of there and is going directly towards vault number 3. It seems like they are determined. They want to make something happen. If you are a Nightmare fan in chat, let it be known, because this is their opportunity to just shut down Alliance. And if you want to see that, I definitely want to know in chat as we get set up for this next fight.
Alma currently on the billboard with a kill streak of 4, sitting pretty up in lights right now. And if Alliance are ever going to make it happen, now is the time. Do or die. Since Nightmare are on match point, they're harrying Nightmare right now. They do have the vault plug, but now they have to find a way through Alliance. Doing a really nice job to control those angles. Uni taking some damage as well. The gateway play is there, but Alliance are up on the church doing damage on the backside. Treason with the high ground. He might get backstabbed by Lasagna, though. Moving up onto the high ground with that pike. The entirety of Alliance has dropped down. They've taken out Uni. They're chasing Gremlin, who is by himself, just desperately running to look for that plug, but he might be better served at just throwing it away. He does. Gremlin tossing that into the distance while he's dueling with everyone. Kill. Carnifex returns it in kind, however, and there's going to be a quick revive for the side of Alliance. All 3 back up. 20 seconds before Gremlin is here and there's full strength. That's going to be a plug for Alliance.
Yeah, it is definitely going to go in their favor, but we're watching Uni set up very close to this cash out. It's an interesting position because if he goes down right now, it is going to absolutely stagger the rest of his team. He is not near the rest of them. Gremlin still hasn't coined in, so it is not the play that I can do, but on the flip side of it, if he's able to get a kill, it will be the ultimate pick for them to just dive directly on the point. But watching now as everybody has each team back up, Uni goes down immediately. Not what you want in this battle. Lasagna taking a lot of damage, trying to get to a better spot to hide from all of that oncoming damage, but he goes down as well. It's all on Gremlin, and it is not looking good. Both of his teammates are down. He's stuck in the corner. He is now on the receiving end from Carnifex and is just taking a lot of damage. I'm amazed he's still surviving in this, but he is being hunted down for sure, as they do not want to let his teammates coin back in.
Get the return kill. This might actually be enough. I thought for a moment they were toying with him, but with Palma going down, Gremlin again getting the better of those heavy battles. He's actually delayed enough for his team to come back. That is the saving grace for Nightmare in this fight as Alliance look to close this out. They do not want their tournament dreams to end here. There's still more for Alliance in the tank. A minute left on this cash out as Nightmare begin to close in, tightening the rope around the circle of Alliance as they push in on the high ground.
Yep, this could be it. We're watching maybe one more team fight. Alliance is looking good. They're very well grouped up. You can see them moving as a team. Nobody wants to get separated here. One of them goes directly into the stairwell. That might be lethal because they get the receiving end of that RPG. Moving in, they need to go for a steal real quick. Uni is down. Gremlin at very low. He goes down as well, and it is not looking good as it all falls apart for Nightmare.
Alliance.
They might have one more spawn, but I just don't know.
Nice defense from Alliance, and Gremlin again, he finds all 3 and he gets out of there surviving when he needs to, but then the aggression from Alliance having the heads up play to just immediately turn and chase him without worrying about the backup, knowing that time is on their side. Nightmare now respawning, and again, we've seen this time and time again. It is just this full-throated run towards the point. But with the timer ticking down, there's really no chance. You see it hit the jump pad. Alliance has secured the map. We move to a match number 5. in this lower final, Alliance keep their tournament dreams alive.
Both teams are playing their hearts out. I am impressed. I do not know which way this is going to go. I am just, yeah, I'm at the edge of my seat. We have one more map. It's all going to come to the head on Monaco. Boy, these teams are playing crazy. Carnifex being an amazing light, Uni just battling it out on the other side of things. Yeah, I'm a little bit speechless here, Walt. It's our job to predict what we're about to see, but we have now seen 4 matches between these teams. It has gone back and forth, and now we're just going to figure out who takes it all in the last map.
And if you're wondering how we do server, it does mean when we get down to the final 5, you don't have an upper bracket advantage. So we coin flip. You can see us working through the coin flip here. Looks like we're heading
NA.
back to NA. Nightmare going to be breathing a sigh of relief that they don't have to play on NA once again, on EU once again. But I will say that was a lot closer than some of our previous matches. It felt like Nightmare were starting to figure out a little bit more how to play on that ping. Maybe it was also just Bernal, but if you're Alliance, that's not the result you wanted of that coin flip. And, having to deal with a little bit more ping is definitely something that could spell it. Maybe that's the decider. So far, all these maps have gone the way of ping.
Yeah, and like I said, we just need one team to kind of break on through to the other side, get through this ping, and show us that you can make it and be one of the top players. Because this is a worldwide event. We are dealing with players across the globe, and if you want to show that you are the top of the scene right now, you got to deal with a little bit of ping. So it's going to be very interesting to see these two teams go into it. The last map will decide it all. Waltz, do you have a prediction of which way this might go?
I mean, I do think when the cards go down and it's all on the line, Nightmare tends to pull through. We've seen it
Okay.
so many different times. They have a lot of ability to clutch things out in crazy situations. And, I talked a little about how I do think the meta being so set does work against Nightmare a little bit, but they still have the potential to throw something weird at you. And in these, game 5 situations, maybe that's when that happens and it just throws Alliance off. So I think Nightmare have this, but I'm very ready to be proven wrong because Alliance have
Yeah.
absolutely showed up today.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I will not be upset if Alliance ends up taking this. I will be very thrilled that we continue to see, honestly, either of these teams go up against Team Ed because, boy, are we getting ready for a grand final of grand finals of all of these teams. So, with that said, we are swapping over lobbies. We are going to get loaded in, and what is this last map we're going to be going to, Waltz?
We're heading to Monaco. So Monaco is a map that is quite interesting here because Alliance are very good on Monaco.
Yeah.
Nightmare, a team that traditionally I know enjoyed Monaco, they don't do well on this map. They actually have it's one of their worst maps on Nightmare, and a lot of this information does come from our play day. So 3v3, it might be a little different. Nightmare pride
Yeah.
themselves on their 3v3s, but that is something that I think we should look to because Treason is definitely going to feel comfortable on this map. I think he's going to be very, very happy with this pick.
Yeah, I think so as well. There's a lot of sight lines. It is the absolute definition of rooftop battles. It's where we got it from the beginning. And I think that it's going to be a really good map for the Pike. It's going to be a great map for the light players as they just dash around. And yeah, I am quite excited to see it. My only sad little bit is I wish we could see duck and cover variant, where there is just no church in the middle. But hey, it's going to still be quite exciting. And I think we're about to get into it. So, chat, now is your opportunity. Who is going to win? Pick your poison, pick your players, pick your teams. I want to see chat just going crazy with your predictions. There are emotes, use them. Let us know who is going to take it, and we're going to get started on Monaco.
Did have a prediction for the best of 5 and Nightmare with a 92% pick rate over Alliance over the best of 5. So chat definitely seems to be on the side of Nightmare. They're definitely thinking NA has this, but probably all you Nightmare betters are sweating a little bit. I think after we get to that match 5 when it looked like Nightmare had a chance. So we will have to see. Gonna have to. This is when there's no more second chances at this point. You're down to match 5. This is your chance to make it into top 2 and a significantly increased part of the prize pool. So
Yeah.
I expect a very close match. I expect nothing held back from these teams.
Absolutely, and we are getting started. It is all coming down to this. We are on NA's side, Nightmare versus Alliance. We'll see how this all goes as Vault 1 has been spawned. It looks like Alliance is a little bit closer to it. They set up a gateway, get on top of that church. That is a great little spot to set up for, but immediately everybody is here. RPG in hand, tries to get it off. Winchclaw just missed a little bit, but another Winchclaw goes off from Lasagna, and they're trying to just bring him down. It is the battle of the heavies, and Alliance immediately gets wiped in the first battle of Monaco.
And Gremlin running the Deagles.
Yeah.
Something a little bit different from him. We saw this from Lamp as well. Just giving that heavy a little bit of a longer range option, something that they really lack in a lot of these scenarios. So I think it's again, something very bold, something that has Alliance has not maybe prepped for in these matches, or at the very least, if they prepped for it, they were not ready to run against it, considering he's run 4 straight matches of SA12. Now they have to deal with this extra long range. Treason could be in an uphill battle against this. Does get the defib onto Carnifex. The plug about to go through for Nightmare. They are running away with the vault at this point, and Alliance just playing catch up.
Yeah, they are chasing them down. We saw a nice little res go off. All of Alliance is now trying to get a height advantage, but they're going to run directly into Uni. He is there, and sadly couldn't get away. They bring a 1 versus 1 down in that fight, and now the res is trying to go off. They want to get everybody back in this. Carnifex down in this battle. Uni, I don't know where his totem is, and I'm not sure they're able to get to it, but they do get the plug, and I think they grabbed him and are now running away to get the res off, but Carnifex immediately gets pulled out of there. Gremlin just dies, and it is all down to Lasagna. He is the last person remaining in this battle. The steal is going off by Treason, and it looks very uncontested.
Alliance looking to push back on all the doubters and say, it's not server, it's just skill. We do not care about the ping differential. And Lasagna, gonna be staying alive. 9 seconds left. Gremlin gonna be using the first of his 3 coins. But this could be scary. Alliance very, very close to finding Lasagna here. He has to hear them if they push a little bit closer. And now they're distracted, actually. Lasagna has a chance for the side swipe. He does take out Carnifex. Nice movement from him while they were distracted with Uni. Glitch goes in. Lasagna and Uni on the same page now, looking to drop on top of Palma and Treason. They've already lost 1. They cannot lose a second. The defib there, bringing back Carnifex, but that's a light on no HP with no dashes left. He could get picked off if he doesn't escape. But Lasagna pushes in very aggressively, about to get dropped into all 3 of them. He's in the midst. The gateway is just splitting this fight between 2 locations. Uni trying to keep himself alive. There he is with Gremlin again. This fight completely disconnected. They've successfully gotten away on the side of Alliance, but Lasagna not happy with that. He jumps in, but he gets melted apart. Gremlin looking to back his team up and provide that support he needs to. A lot of damage into Palma. He goes down. Gremlin finishes that off. 2 versus 2, but this health is still in favor of Alliance right now. Carnifex with the vaults up and down, but Uni is there, bringing the heals to his heavy. He keeps him alive. Gremlin and Uni have a chance to turn now towards A. Only about 20 seconds left. They have to go for the steal, but Gremlin gets pulled in. Palma with the amazing winch, and then finishes off. Palma with the double is going to take this for Alliance.
Wow, what a battle. And my God, Waltz, calm your voice, because you were going at that for a bit. That was a very long, drawn-out fight, and honestly, Alliance did everything perfectly there. We might be seeing this battle turn. They were able to hold on. They got the steal. They got the kills. And can they do it just one more time? Vault 2 has been spawned. It looks like Nightmare might be the first to get there, but Alliance is not far behind. Alliance has the height advantage, so as soon as they pop up there, they are going to get spotted out, but they will have the opportunity to tap this vault and get the gateway set up to get the heck out of there. They get the tap on it. There's that gateway. Watching now as Uni tries to heal up Gremlin, bringing back the fight to his teammates, healing him back up again, but it is now overcharged, and he's going to have to wait a few seconds before he can do any more healing. Watching now as he has that second part of the gateway, trying to find a little bit of an exit, but getting some good shots from Lasagna onto the other Pike player. Now he's trying to break a little bit into that goo wall, but it is still a rooftop battle as nobody has gotten this vault plug just yet.
Of the grand finals on the line right now. Alliance are so close to making it happen. Nightmare looking to get this plug, but the RPG, they seem to have found Gremlin. He's running, he has the dome at the ready, but he's getting chased into the hallway. Palma takes him out again. This time, it's not Gremlin winning these heavy versus heavy fights. Maybe this was the mistake to switch over to the Deagles when he was doing so well in the SA-12. But but the map is still not over yet. There's still multiple cash outs as Uni tosses this vault as far away as he can, but the gateway is there. Alliance have been on point with these gateways. That was the savior of this last fight, disconnecting them and getting them away from the damage, making it so that Gremlin did not want to chase through. Every single time, Carnifex is just the difference maker for him has been his incredible usage and placement of these gateways.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We just see them just save his entire team, bring them over, and just kind of get out of dodge when they need it. So Cash Out B has been started. This could be all the Alliance needs. Watching now as Lasagna pokes some holes in the walls with the red barrels. He's going up that zip line, but look at how spread out Nightmare is. They haven't spotted anybody out just yet, but look at how tight on the opposite side Alliance is. As soon as they go for a steal, they are going to know immediately how to dive on there. They're trying to winch claw this Cash out into the open. Maybe that's the play to do. They throw some goo down. Uni is distracting the rest of them over there, but I'm not sure he bought themselves enough time. Palma popping over the edge to try and spot somebody out. Now looking at the perspective of Treason, this Cash Out is ticking down, and honestly, Nightmare needs to get on this. This is running low. We are halfway there just about, and everybody is just spread out. I don't know what this plan is, but Gremlin now hopping on a bounce pad, trying to spot each other out, but I think that Alliance is doing this perfectly. They are playing the kite game, and they are winning it. This is just the slowest Cash Out I've ever seen. Waltz, you take it from here.
It only comes down to one fight now, one chance to make it through, but Palma is playing so close. He's looking for this backstab. He gets the winch onto Lasagna. This could spell the end, but he actually gets winched in on the return. Gremlin keeping his medium alive, not letting one go down, and the turn damage into Treason, actually. He's quite low now, about half health. Watching Palma as he moves around to the corner. He has the RPG, throws it in towards Uni, but Lasagna might be getting away with this. No, he turns around. Palma taking out one, Gremlin taking out the second. The heavy's dueling in the middle of the streets as he drops down the goo, preventing this fight. Back up to 3, and only 2 for each team. Uni on the side. Gremlin takes out Palma. It's only Carnifex left, keeping Alliance's hopes alive. Can he do it against 2? They have to start the steal right now. He have no more time. It's all on Carnifex. Can he prevent this? He's over in the corner, has the glitch nade. He's trying to prevent this. He can't. No, Nightmare. They make the steal happen. They push us. They keep it alive, and we move to the third cash out.
Oh my god, you could not hope for a better match number 5. This is gonna go down to the final cash out. The kills are even close. These teams are primed. They are ready to take it. My heart is beating. Cash out. Vault 3 has been spawned. I don't know which way this is gonna go, but my god, they have given us quite a show so far. Vault 3 over there has been almost tapped. It has been tapped by Nightmare. They're getting set up and trying to find a gateway to get out of there and get it plugged as soon as possible. These teams are ready to just deal any damage they can. Both are ready to dive on it if they need to. It looks like Lasagna taking some good damage already, but Palma also on the return of it. Looks like Lasagna is down to just 1 bar. Uni, all of Nightmare taking a lot of damage, having to buy themselves a little bit of space so that they don't get wiped or taken down right here, right now. But it is slowing down to a nice methodical rooftop battle. Treason popping in and out of the goo and chimney areas on top of this rooftop. But I have a feeling that both teams know just what's at stake here, and nobody wants to make the first move.
This first play just feels like so much importance is on it. You don't want to give up control of this vault right now. Normally these teams don't worry too much about these plugs. We've seen that from Nightmare. They didn't prioritize in their match against Ed. They didn't prioritize the objective. They prioritized the wipes. They're changing that up on this one. They don't want to let Alliance get away with this. They don't want to chase it. Palma taking out Uni. That could be the opening they need. Might even see them just run away. They might not even look to punish the rest of the kills. They might just grab that vault and look for the plug, but it looks like they have eyes on the rest of Nightmare. Lasagna is running further away, looking to get a angle onto Treason, but he sees the gateway. Gremlin has been pushed onto. He's going to get melted. It's just Lasagna left. With only 2 coins left for his team, there's still plenty of respawns for them, and he might even pick off Carnifex on the long range. Just a lot of damage that he's able to do at long range, but the revives are there. Alliance, for all of the aggression, still have not moved the cash out.
Yeah, this is slow, and you see this when you know the teams just have everything at stake. This is going to determine who takes us to the grand finals, and boy, I can just feel the energy in the air. It is finally getting moved by Alliance. They're taking it over there, but again, they stop. There's a nice little gateway. He's going to bring the rest of his team. They're going to get this plugged into D, and it's all going to get started. The final cash out is all coming to this. Some nice movement by Carnifex. climbing up those windows, gets it plugged. Nice little gateway going over to his teammates. They want to continue this rooftop battle because as long as they can stall all of Nightmare, the more time they buy themselves. They're trying to stay healthy, stay behind this goo, pick away a little bit of damage. Glitch grenade in the hands of Carnifex, watching them just set up. They are doing everything proper. They are buying themselves time. Somebody needs to make a move on the Nightmare side or they are just going to stall. It is just going to run out of time on top of this cathedral.
Alliance making a move around to try and get the backstab onto Nightmare. Are they aware of this? It looks like they might actually just swapping. They're going to move 2 different points and do a little bit of a reversal play. But the winch from the cash out has brought it into a very difficult place to go for a steal. And Alliance, recognizing that the timer is ticking down, put themselves into a better position to just defend. Lasagna and Uni not wanting to put themselves... Oh, Uni seems to have disconnected here, actually. Might need to get a quick pause here and see what'll happen if he can get back in. Whew, all right. Yeah, what a big moment. We have just over 60 seconds left on the clock. He has a couple minutes to reconnect. He has some time to restart. Let's hope he can get back in the game because what a way for your grand finals hopes to go out if you can't reconnect here. But this is the point. We sit here. Alliance is sitting underneath. They're just playing for the stall. Nightmare has to figure something out.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild. We are just waiting for him to reconnect. He has 2 minutes to come back into this. You don't want him to not be in this battle because Uni has been doing great in this fight. Both of the teams have been really popping off. Their light players are critical to making sure that their team is composed. And you know what? We just want to kind of add a little bit to the drama, to the atmosphere. Maybe this is all scripted. Who knows? Definitely not. But we will get him back in the lobby, hopefully. And yeah, they will have 1 minute to go directly at this. And I don't know, Waltz, it's going to be quite a battle. But if there's one team that can do it, it's probably Nightmare.
Last second clutches, that's definitely something we've seen. We've seen it from Gremlin a lot. So, we know that he can pull off some crazy stuff. Gonna have to see what happens here. So much of these fights feel like they come down to these mediums, not even just because we focus so much on the lights the entirety of this season, their ability to provide those quick heals. And if you lose those heals, you lose so much utility. But those defibs have been coming in clutch on these matches and being able to get your team back up and fighting, especially these heavies. So many times getting that defib onto your heavy or even just the long res is the decider. So much damage coming out from these SA-12s. The heavies feel like they get better and better and better every single season at just maneuvering around the map. I feel like a lot, this last season as well, when we had Sledge being a consistent pickup, so much of these heavies started making movements apart from their team that we didn't used to see. And it feels like that tech like creation has just continued.
Yeah, I'm amazed that it's had such a staying force in the game for so long. Just SA shotguns have been, a really big. He can't reconnect. All right, so we're gonna have to let, Burrito kind of figure this out. Which way he wants us to go.
So we're figuring out, so we are having some issues with the reconnection. We do have some rules in place here, so we're going to take a look and see exactly what we got going on. But we will be seeing what we can do. There are still some bugs with the custom matches. We do everything we can, but unfortunately, nothing can be completely perfect. We will be unpausing to see if he can reconnect in the process of unpausing. But if he can't do it, it's down to Lasagna and Gremlin. 2 versus 3. This could be the clutch of the century right now. Uni doesn't look like he's going to be able to get back in, so it's now just on them. Looking to go for the steal. Gremlin drops in from the high ground. Here come the entirety of Alliance. Gremlin going to get melted in just a matter of seconds. They split apart, and just like that, it could be the tournament lives of Nightmare over. Unfortunately, Lasagna is going to do everything he can from the high ground, but he keeps losing health. Carnifex going to take him out, and just like that, Alliance make their way to the grand finals. Going to be going up against Team Ed in the first NA versus EU finals of the champs.
Oh man, that's heartbreaking. I wish that would have gone a little bit differently because who knows if Nightmare was able to get in there if they had Uni in the battle, but unfortunately, that is just a way that it plays out. And so Alliance have made their way into this battle. And yeah, I think that Nightmare, will regroup, and I know that we'll see them again. They are such a good team, and they have so much going for them. But hey, they brought it all the way to map number 5, and yeah, I'm a little bit speechless, Waltz. But with that, we have our teams going into the grand final.
Yeah, a little speechless myself. It's not the ending we wanted, but fortunately, we do have Artie and Jerry who can talk us through what the parts of the match that were very climactic, because it may not have been the best ending, but our host and our analyst are here to walk us through what was fantastic about that match.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I mean, that was definitely a heartbreaking end, but I'm going to be honest, it does not take away from Alliance's victory.
No.
Alliance had a rocky start. Do not
Mhm.
get me wrong, but they had figured out pretty quickly that they can't just let the ping get in their head. They have to just keep playing because at the very beginning, it's what Nightmare did, even on the EU servers when Nightmare was up against all odds. They just played as normal. They didn't change their playstyle at all. But for Alliance, it definitely got a little bit rocky there. I
Mm.
gotta say, the CNSX and Gemo collab there is kind of crazy. We could dive into the lore to figure out why CNS is collaborating with Angemo, who sponsors Alliance, but that's beyond the conversation. I do have to say, though, for Nightmare, it was a solid run, but Alliance just figured out what they needed to do. They made the adaptations right away, didn't they, Jerry?
Yeah, they absolutely did. And I mean, it's a shame that Uni didn't have his Sun insurance, but ultimately that final match and that final series rather on Monaco was almost decided by besides of the obvious, the weapon choices. It was the first time we saw the Deagles come out from Gremlin, and it played out almost exactly as you'd expect. That first cash out being locked indoors and all of the engagements happening within the confines of these tiny Monaco apartments lended themselves to Palmer and his stack. And then as soon as we moved on to the second cash out, you could see that Gremlin and Co. They recognized this. They had to fight against a plug that was being defended by Alliance, so they winched that box way out into the streets and played out there. And sure, it got covered with goo, but the sight lines and the fights that were taking place around it in the streets favored the Deagles. And that's how they managed to get back into the game. At the very end there, it really could have gone any way because it was, Alliance defending out in the open, but they managed to position themselves really nicely in the cathedral
Oh yeah.
and be able to kind of control the ground. While it did seem as though Nightmare were really stalling out, working out how they were going to approach this box. And in the end, we could see their kind of game plan, which was just to dive at that and try and go for the steal. Of course, without Uni, it does make it a little bit more difficult. But throughout the course of that series, it was such a back and forth. These lower bracket finals always deliver. I was saying this before the game, Marty. Sometimes they're even better than the grand finals. And going all the way, 5-mapper, I don't think you could have asked for a better match between the two. It really is a shame how it ended, but it does mean we are guaranteed now that EU versus NA grand final that I think everyone's been craving for a while.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is that it had to be just all the way to the bitter end, right? It'd be map 5, cash out 3. That's the kind of grand finals that you come to expect here. And that wasn't even the grand finals. That was the lower
Yeah.
bracket. And so, I mean, yeah, it comes down to seeing the fact that I think you're exactly right with that analysis about that last point, right? Alliance had really good positioning there, and
Oh yeah.
even when they granted the run back, right? When they had shifted positioning just a little bit, they did give Nightmare an opportunity to hop in and go for a steal. That opportunity just wasn't capitalized on. But Walter
Mm.
Rio, you guys were there right in the middle of it. What map do you think was the turning point where this felt like they had both kind of gotten into their grind? Waltz,
I
I'll give it to
definitely
you
think
first.
I think Bernal was the
Yeah,
point
yeah.
for me
Mm.
where things kind of made a turn. Like at the end of the day, I felt like Nightmare started to push back against, and it felt like in some ways it almost felt like Nightmare might be picking things up and starting to get into the EU ping mindset and figuring out how to play. But you could see Alliance in the same way also adapting to Nightmare, and that was I think the best match of the of the best of 5 before Monaco when we got to our,
Mm.
our final one where you could see the teams actively adapting to each other. And that's what I love about these best of 5s is that it's not just who plays the game better, it's who plays against your opponents better. which is, I think when we look towards Ed, is that's the hope with Alliance is they've shown that they can adapt. They've shown they can play against the opposite ping and do a really good job of it. Their movements have been so crisp. I think that was the big part for me was Bernal was definitely a turning point for them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it,
I kind of disagree though. I think that there wasn't really a turning point. I think that both of these teams really gave it their all throughout all 5 maps, and I didn't see kind of a point where it felt like Alliance got their footing more than Nightmare. It seemed like it was really just a back and forth. Like they were trading maps, they were trading kills, they were trading cash outs. Like it was very much just a well composed teams on both sides of it.
Absolutely. It's always had to come down to that question of NA versus EU dominance. But I mean, hey, that question will now be tested to its fullest extent as we move on to see what's coming up next. Let's take a look at the bracket, see what brought us all the way out to this point. We're going to be looking at the grand finals here. That's going to be Team Ed versus Alliance. This is, of course, going to be a rematch versus these two teams in the semifinals upper bracket yesterday. We got to see this all break down when Alliance initially got sent down to the lower bracket. So for Team Ed, this is just going to be a rerun, another little practice. But for Alliance, they have put it all on the line to come back, to climb from the brink, to bring it back here. So without further ado, chat, don't go anywhere because we have one of the most explosive NA versus EU grand finals that we could have, and it's coming at you right after this break.
can hear you hurting, trying to put the work in. Turn a blind eye, step over cracks. That's a risk we taking. Love can be mistaken, but a fight hope it doesn't last. 'Cause all these feelings, I left it bleeding, and we just go back, take it back. We hit the ceiling, now you're leaving. How do we end up like that? 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 How do we end up like that?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Finals PHL. We're coming at you live from the virtual arena with the grand finals of Season 1. My name is Artie. I'm joined here by Jerry, the Music Man, Walt Casts, and Rio Shouts. We're here to bring you the action. And Jerry, it has finally come to the point where we get NA Grand Finals versus EU.
Thank heavens. I've been waiting for this, especially after last season where we saw no EU teams make it to day 2. Not even a single EU team win against NA. Clearly, the bar has been raised. EU has stepped it up. We've made it to the grand final. And now it's the real test. Alliance, all of that was warm up. This is the real deal now.
Absolutely. The bar has been raised, but Waltz, we also saw Ed set the bar yesterday against Alliance. What do we have to expect from this?
Yeah, so Ed had a very dominant performance against Alliance. They really struggled, and in a lot of ways, kind of, it was a little bit of BM in that match too. They were shooting the ground a little bit. They were teabagging a little. They're looking for blood, and I think Alliance have shown that this is their anime arc, right? Like they are powering up from match to match. Secret didn't do well against Nightmare. But then they said, you know what? We'll take out Secret. We'll take out Nightmare, even though they didn't do well. Like it just from win to win. I think this is Alliance like getting a feel for themselves and knowing how to play this matches. And Ed started the day 3 hours ago. Have not played since. They only played 3 games because of how fast it was. Alliance are running hot right now.
Absolutely. I mean, Rio, Alliance just went all the way out to map 5, cash out 3 up against an NA team, Nightmare. And so do you think that sets the stage here for Alliance's comeback on NA?
Oh, definitely. It definitely feels like Alliance has really kind of stepped up. They found their footing. They are ready to just deal as much damage and destruction as they can towards Team Ed, and I am all here and ready for it. We did see them go into matchup already before, and it definitely went in Ed's favor. But as we saw, Alliance has just been getting powered up, and they are ready to just send it right back to Team Ed. So I am expecting a complete shakeup from what we saw last time, and I'm expecting some quite good games here in the finals.
100%. And I mean, looking at this, looking at the adaptations that Alliance has been making, I mean, one thing that I've noticed is that Alliance is not running barricades when they go on the NA servers. On EU, they stay with the barricades. On NA, they don't. Jerry, do you think that's making a big difference with Alliance here as they're trying to maybe shake off the ping a little bit?
You can understand the adjustments, and it's a little, but it feels as though it's focusing in on the smaller things, and it might give you that little edge. Whatever gives you that mental edge is going to make a big difference. But ultimately, this is a better side than whoever it was they just beat. Whichever losers just disappeared off the face of the earth, and I can't even remember their names anymore because I'm just a bad caster. Nightmare, yeah, better team than Nightmare, right? Team Ed are they haven't even hit their stride yet. They have got so much left in the tank. We haven't seen their final form. I don't know if Alliance can push them to it, and I want to see it. My head, I mean, my heart is saying that EU forever. I want to see Alliance win this, but my head says Team Ed all the way.
Absolutely. Well, I gotta say, both these teams are about to lock in for the grand finals to get their lion's share of the over $3,000 prize pool. And I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, Crash, the VIA PR chief officer, putting his all into every single community tournament the finals has to offer. Big shout out to Broxton. Big shout out to everybody in chat who has donated either through subs or bits or everything. That all goes to the players. And like I said, these last two teams are going to be fighting it all out to see who gets that grand prize. We got Waltz and Rio bringing you the action for the grand finals.
Thank you, Artie. We are excited. Here is the first match for the grand finals. And Rio, I will be honest, I think I'm in the bucket of Team Ed here. I want to see this go to 5 maps, but I have just been blown away by the level of performance from Team Ed so far. And seeing them set up on these defenses, seeing their regression, it's been a masterclass in finals today.
Yeah, and we talk about a lot of the positioning with Team Ed. They just work and move as a cohesive unit, and just something you don't see from these other teams. And honestly, if Alliance is going to go against Ed, they need to kind of find the crack in that armor for Team Ed. So very excited to see which way this will go. The vault has been tapped by Team Ed. We see that Alliance is really keeping their distance. They do not want to come under the bullets of all of Team Ed. They don't want to get into it just yet. So we're watching a slow little approach. Looks like Team Ed will control the vault, and Team Alliance just is doing their own thing. They don't even want to battle them yet. We haven't seen really any damage kick off yet, and this first vault is about to be plugged.
Yeah, teams just kind of playing a little ring around the rosy here. Alliance wanting to make sure that they can avoid the really difficult cash out locations. And I think we're going to see a very different Alliance face off against Team Ed than we saw yesterday. Already forcing Normalized back, not letting him get the better of this. Palma taking some damage. Alliance beginning to close in on this cash out. Carney with the M11 at ready. He's been loving that M11 so far, the amount of damage he can dish out. Rad, most likely with that 93R as we've seen, it is going to be a battle on which range they're going to be fighting at. Again, Carnifex setting up these nice gateways. He's done this so much. Drops a little bit further down. Ed playing very slowly up on this high ground. Not going to dive in unless they absolutely need to. Team's very patient. This is why these teams have made it so far. Don't drop in when you don't need to. Don't push a fight if it's not necessary. These teams know when they have to actually make things happen.
Yep, absolutely. This cash out is already ticking down. Team Ed is almost completed halfway there. Nice little winch claw by Palma, pulls it all the way out. Now they're gooing it off, trying to hold the stall, but Team Ed is nowhere near it. So maybe they have a strategy. Maybe they know what they're doing, but it seems like Alliance are really setting up to get a nice little steal here. Even a gateway off to the left, so they have a nice little exit. There is the dome shield. It is attempted to steal going on right now. RPG going off, trying to hit all of Team Ed, but they immediately get pulled off of the cash out. They now are going for the kills and chasing them down. It looks like Palma is just running into their faces with that SA shotgun. Lamp goes down in that. It is all on Grad. He needs to hold onto this cash out, try and kite it for as long as possible, maybe bring up one of his teammates, and we're seeing as it looks like Palma is trying to get a res off as well. But right now, Grad not able to get any teammates up, but this cash out is still running down. We have seen Grad win cases just like this, and he's going to make his approach. He's going for the first kill, but sadly, he gets wiped right there, and Alliance will take this first cash out.
And look at that fortress of goo that they've set up around this cash out as well. Just 4 walls keeping this thing completely isolated. We saw that movie before. I know people have been posting that clip in chat of Grad 1v5ing Alliance earlier, but not this time. Alliance says absolutely not. We're going to take the first cash out of the grand finals. I know we had a prediction out there, and I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people are betting on Team Ed for this, but Alliance are not going to go down without a fight. And one of the things I want to point out here too is that specifically against Team Ed, I know that Alliance have been prepping against all of these teams. You really got to focus on getting past Secret, of course. But they definitely have, I mean, they fought against Alliance, they fought against Ed before. They had the ability to go through. Their coach is definitely figuring out strategies and walking them through stuff. Look how close these teams are together. They're going to be running into each other in just a moment. RPG hits normalized. A lot of damage going out to Team Ed already, but the reverse comes in. Carnifex is low, but Gagrad goes down. Normalized picking off 2. Lamp following up as well. It's all on Palma. Can he take out one? He cannot. Ed striking back.
Yeah, he just kind of got stuck in that little corner, and just the geometry fell in such a way that he couldn't get out. And you know what? Being stuck in a corner is just a death sentence for anybody in the finals. And we can see it right there. He is just caught in that corner. He's staying alive and dealing a lot of damage on the return, but not enough to keep them in the battle. So moving our attention, it seems like this vault will be brought over towards Cash Out C and will get started again by Team Ed. Team Ed, I have continuously praised their defenses, so I'm really expecting them to set it up right, get it set up proper, and look at that winch claw, pulling it all the way out into the middle of the street on Citadel. This is a great position for them to be in. Alliance is now making their approach. They want to go directly for it. This is no stall. They are playing aggressive, bringing up that barricade as well. They have the goo, they have the positioning, they brought it into the wall, and I think that this is their perfect opportunity to steal. They don't realize that all of Team Ed is really far away from this point at this time, but they are taking their chances and are wanting to go straight for the kills.
To be you riding on Alliance now, 3/4 of this time left, but they found the heavy. Winches him in. Lamp is dead in a matter of seconds. Alliance up on 3. They have 2 members of Ed left to go through. Grad and Normalize. They still have the ability to get a defib. Can they grab this? Dropping down to the floor. He has to use an RPG to get through that wall inside. Palma takes out 1 with the RPG, but it's 2 versus 1. Palma by himself does take out Grad on the inside, but the long res coming in from Lamp, gonna pick up his medium. That medium is huge. They're gonna winch, they're gonna find Palma. From a 3v2 to a 2v0, Aim Ed recovering very nicely, and unfortunately that wall dematerializing and then rematerializing, locking Palma out of that fight. He was unable to back his team up.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at all of Alliance, their kills are even. They are playing really well as a team. They weren't able to get in this one instance, but we will bring it down to the 3rd cash out. Nice little replay there, watching everybody get cleaned up, but this cash out is running down. Team Ed still has to hold on to this for about 20 seconds left on the clock. They are trying to buy any entries they can. Alliance is all here. They're diving directly on it. We see the heals from the infuser going off. He did bring his teammates back up, but everybody's just diving directly on this point. It is just chaos as Dome Shields, as the steal is being attempted by Alliance, but they are getting wiped one after another, and is all on treason. He's down to just a little bit of health, and he goes down as well. Team Ed looking good so far.
Alliance not making it easy on him. The defense is there, and normally such a difficult point to defend, but they made him work for it. Those fights could have gone in a multitude of ways, especially, you know, if there had just been damage, maybe there's a red barrel, knock some of those walls out, the winches go a little bit further. This is not as clear-cut as people may have expected, especially based off of the matches yesterday. And we could see a little bit of the score sheet, actually, see where teams are at right there. Production on the same wavelength. Brad with 5 kills. 3 pretty even spread on deaths, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, this is a balanced map so far. We are going down to the third cash out already. You couldn't have asked for anything better between these two teams. These are the powerhouses of NA and EU, and you are seeing exactly why. Watching now from Grad's perspective as he's running the 93R, so he's got some good distance on that little pistol, but he is also making sure that he sets up in the perfect spots to get that gateway, get that cash, get his team all the way out of there, and set up for this next battle. Moving through the gateway, we see them immediately take it. They're getting on that zip line, getting started, getting the plug on B. They'll have plenty of opportunity to get set up, but maybe not because Alliance is here. They're ready to dive directly on it, but some great shots by Normalize, bringing them down very low. Carnifex taking a lot of that from the brunt of that damage, but now gets healed back up. All of Alliance are here. They're making their approach now. That cash out has been manipulated all the way out into the street, so it will be that much harder for Team Alliance to get in there and get the steal.
Figuring out how they want to push into this alliance. Their movements have been so clean today. They've done a really good job of maneuvering around these maps the way they need to. They struggled with it a little bit in the secret match, but they figured it out and they reset. Looking to winch this point in, bring it inside, bring it somewhere where they can actually control the sight lines. But once again, Team Ed holding this high ground like they always love to do. Lamp doing a lot of damage to multiple people on Alliance. Treason getting healed up by the team. The glitch going in, catches on 3. Now they pounce. Lamp chasing in for blood. They take out 3 in the blink of an eye. It's over for Alliance on this point. Already the PM coming out once again. There's still one more fight left for Alliance. They might be able to pull this out. And pulling this out on NA servers to start with would be a huge, huge statement.
Yeah, we're watching a clip of this last little battle going off here. We can just watch them delete them. 1, 2, 3, just like that. It is a clean wipe. Every one of them got a kill in that battle, and that is very scary if you were on the receiving side of that from Alliance. So moving in, they do have one more attempt. We see Carnifex running that gateway, ready to get a little bit better positioning. All of his team is there, healing them back up. They're making their approach, but Palma goes down. Carnifex is low as well. It looks like Team Ed has a perfect defensive line set up on this, but he is running in there, and Carnifex trying to get a kill. He does bring Lamp down in this battle, but is all on Carnifex. He is the last person remaining, and he gets deleted. And Team Ed will take this cash. They will take this first map, and I am impressed by what we have seen so far. Can they do it 2 more times?
The good start from Alliance, though. I think if you're an Alliance fan, going 3 cash outs on the opposing server against Team Ed, that's a big start. That's a good start for them. Not to take anything away from Team Ed. We've seen everybody put up. It was the grad show for a big part of yesterday. Normalize making a clear statement earlier in his match against Nightmare as well. And this time Lamp coming out with 6 kills, making sure that everyone knows he's no slouch on this team as well. Something that I saw every time I would tune into these guys, they have phenomenal comms as well. The team comms are just, they are, not only are they clear, but that the mentality is clearly very upbeat for these guys. So it's going to be hard to get in their heads, but if Alliance start to get this ball rolling, I could see that start to fall apart.
Yeah, I agree. They just need to find that one little crack in Ed's armor. They just need to find an entry, an opening, and that's kind of what you'll see at the top teams is how do they handle that? How do they handle all of their strategy just being flipped on its head? Can they do it proper, or can they just struggle and let Alliance come in? But that is where it's all going to take it to. And yeah, we're going to be going to Fortune Stadium next. So this is a good map for all of these teams, especially the Pike, especially the light players. I can't wait to see these teams go at it on Fortune.
Yeah, Fortune, I think, is going to be a really neat one to see. Wondering if we're going to see Treason go back to that FAMAS. It is going to be on EU ping, so he is going to have a little bit more of that advantage when it comes to those long-range fights. Could see the Pike, but we saw him go and pull out the FAMAS against Secret, so maybe something about that map that he really enjoys. And one of the things that Alliance does really well, as Jerry pointed out previously, is that these gateways by Alliance are always on point, especially on Fortune Stadium. They seem to have a lot of preset points where they can set up these crossfires. You jump from one point to the other. You just go back and forth, confusing the enemy and making sure that they never know where to defend from if you own the cash out. That all is provided you actually get the cash out. So the vault fights matter a lot for Alliance here.
They absolutely do. And that's what I've said before is that, Team Ed, their defenses are a master class in how to defend the point because they set up, we watch them even from the X-ray vision that we see, they just seem to have great positioning. They spread out just a little bit, but stay close enough where if something changes, they can kind of regroup, get back together, and just continue that steamroll. So it's going to be kind of cracking the defenses. And, we pointed out before, this is a really defense heavy, balance. Whichever team gets the vault first, brings it over there, usually is in the better position. So I am curious if Alliance is able to kind of crack through there, find their way in, and I'm kind of hopeful that they'll be able to find that on this next map.
Oh yeah. Wanted to as well shout out to Telco for dropping a bunch of subs for
Heck yeah.
the stream as well. Huge shout out to him for supporting PHL and helping us to make sure to pump things up and bring an even better show to you with future seasons. Don't worry, there will be a season 2. We will
Oh,
be
yeah.
announcing it soon, but I am excited to see what we can do with the support of this incredible community. Everybody watching does so much to enable us. It is really phenomenal to see everyone come out and to support us the way they do.
Yep. And honestly, thank you all, chat, as well, because we love reading your chat messages. We love seeing everything highlighted and all the bits, all of the subs, everything that you guys do goes right back to the players. It goes into our prize pool. We are not making $1 off this. This is all for the players, all for the scene. And honestly, we love it. We are going to have a nice little payout towards the end for whoever wins this map or this matchup today. So there is a lot on the line, and it is all thanks to all of you guys out there. So chat, give yourselves a hand. Y'all did great. Y'all did wonderful today. And yeah, we are just waiting for them to load up into the lobby, and we'll get started on Fortune Stadium. But with that, Fortune Stadium means, Waltz, you get another fortune. So
Ooh.
let's see what your fortune is for today. And it is, ooh, this is a good one. Your phone battery reflects your inner peace.
My phone
Okay.
battery died this morning, so
Oh no. That is not what I hoped for, but hey, man, I'll hope for your inner peace comes back.
not a good start for me, but hopefully this is a start that Ed can capitalize. Up 1-0, but they are going to be on EU ping. Already Carnifex pushing in very aggressively with his team. The vault fight almost always on this point. Going to be looking at securing this vault. It's off to the side, but securing this high ground is going to be what both of these teams are looking for.
Yes, absolutely. And we're watching now as the little DMAT goes through. Everybody's just diving on this point already. Carnifex finds a nice little spot out and bringing him down. No, Lamp, there he goes, deletes him. That's what you want to see. This is the aggression that we've been missing from Alliance. They needed to get in there, but oh my god, it's turning around because Grad is here. He does not want to let his teammates get wiped in this first battle. Can he do another 1 versus 5? There's one. Come on, buddy. Get a second one. Throwing a gateway. He is just staying in this. He does not want to leave this fight, but sadly, they bring him down and a little bit back, bringing it back to what they do best. A little bit of griefing, and you know that these teams are at each other's throats.
Great start from Alliance here. Grad continue every single time you know that Alliance is going to be sitting here and looking for Grad, because if you let him run free, we could see a similar performance to what he pulled out yesterday. It's something very it's something that we have to be aware of the potential for, right? Pulling out that 1v5, the angles was something that pulling out those angles and making sure that he's always where Alliance don't expect him to be is what Brad did a really, really good job of. And I can already see, you can tell how Alliance are preparing their fights in these 3v1 scenarios. They're not letting him run circles around them the way they have. They're setting this up a lot more consistently and logically than they were in those matches.
Yeah, watching now as Normalized is a great little vantage point over this cash out. He almost could dive directly on it, but they need to spot out where the rest of Alliance is set up. We don't see them in any exposed formation, but there is the DMAT and the bounce pad as well, bringing them back up to the top of the rooftop, DMATting them down below as well, trying to drop them. It looks like Treason went down in that first battle. Palma is very low. Carnifex also taking some damage in this. They're getting shot from the pike, but not able to connect the shots just yet. All of Team Ed is just diving directly on them. They want these kills. There goes Carnifex and the team wipe as well. It is interesting to see, and there's the shooting of the ground that they do every time. But interesting to see, and yeah, they got a wipe on there. No Akimbo dualies in this battle, but it is still quite the battle of heavies versus heavies.
Good start for Ed on these EU servers. This is what they want to see. Get out a little bit ahead, but Alliance still have a chance to come back. Carnifex going to be looking to get his team crossing. It's such a hard point to cross, though. He has to somehow make it across. Normalize what that Pike has been hitting all day. Survives on the tiniest sliver of HP. Needs to get that gateway down. Normalize! He's there to finish him off. The rest of the team not going through the gateway. They now have to go on foot instead, but Grad is on the side to finish off these sight lines. They do get the revive, but Grad looking to get through those barricades. They go down. Palma separating the sight lines once again, and Grad into the sky like we've so often seen him. One of the sky ones up here. And we have successfully delayed this cash out. I don't think there's a chance of Alliance from getting in. So one cash out going up for Ed as we move into the second round.
Oh, and it's just so heartbreaking because Carnifex just got away from that just a little bit to bring that gateway up. His whole team could have turned that battle on its head. So heartbreaking to see, but positioning is so important in this game. You have to know where you're exposed from behind and in front. So it's a unique battle. It's one of the things that makes the finals. But boy, we are going to see as this next vault gets started, and it looks like Team Ed is spawned a little bit closer to it. They're going to drive directly onto it, try and get that tap. They are holding all of Alliance back at quite a good distance. We see a gateway in hand by Carnifex, but they are going off to the left. They don't want to be spotted out, but that's exactly what just happened. Grad sees them, getting some damage off with that 93R. It has got some amazing distance in the right hands, and yeah, it seems like everybody is kind of turtling up just a little bit, not wanting to expose themselves, not wanting to die, because they know what is on the line.
A lot of long-range fights here. Just picking damage. And I would have loved to see Alliance move a lot faster towards Sector 6 because Team Ed is going to want to be plugging this over there. They're going to be caught on the way by Treason on the high ground. He has that Pike, but Grad is covering the rest of his team. Can Grad make it across on half health? He needs to make it over. He does successfully. He survives with a quick push coming in from Alliance, looking to get them off from the backstab. They do get the plug very, very quickly. Team Ed just going to throw that in there, get this timer ticking on their favor as Alliance. Now they have crossed the point, but they have to go for the steal next.
Yeah, Grad has an amazing position. He will be able to see all of them as they make any approach there, and they are now realizing this. Alliance is being pushed into a corner. Grad repositioning again, just get a little bit more height there. They all took a lot of self-damage there. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe an RPG went off directly in their face, as it looks like Carney is having to go under the stairs to re-heal up. This is going to stall them just a little bit longer. They now have all their health up. They're dematting the wall. They got to go for a bounce, but they're going to go directly in the crosshairs of Lamp. RPG going off. They're pulling each other up. Wow, great RPG, but it looks like it's all on Carney. He's the last person remaining. Lamp went down in that battle, but Carney is now punching back. He wants to stay in this. He wants to buy his team a little bit of time, but unfortunately, he does get wiped.
Clutching it out once again. Alliance. The hope is dwindling a little bit in Fortune Stadium. This was their pick, and it is their server. They need to get this now, or they're going to be looking at just being one map away from losing this grand final. In a best of 5, first to 3, this is not what they want to see, but they still have time. It's going to be a hard push, especially getting into Sector 6. Again, this is why teams try to avoid this so much. We're going to maybe see them in the... Nope, we're not going to see them get into the stairway. Moving on the outside. They've spotted Carnifex on the high ground. Grad takes them out, but he does get the gateway down. His team following through. They've gotten Grad quite low, but Grad has his own gateway to get out of dodge. Looks like the steal might be getting held by Palma. Baiting Normalize in. Normalize dropping it. But again, Grad with the angles. He takes out Carnifex. He's looking for the second one. He has eyes onto Treason. Treason is gone. It's all Palma definitely holding the steal, but Normalize finishing off Palma as well. And Ed go up 2-0 in our grand finals.
Oh man, it was really Grad with that positioning. He just knew the angles, knew the corners that he would see every approach by Alliance, and that's exactly what he just did. They played that well, and then you could see the rest of his teammate coming to help him out. They did not leave him by himself. They let all of them work as one cohesive unit, and that is why they are just destroying right now. Alliance will have one more opportunity to take this back out of the grasp of Team Ed, and I'm not sure, but I think that we're also going over to NA Ping next.
We'll be heading to NA Ping. We're going to be heading to Cis Horizon. A map that I
Oh,
think will help out Alliance a little bit better. They don't have these crazy choke points that you're going to get stuck on. They're going to be able to take fights on more even terms for the most part, which is going to be really, really big for them, especially when they can kind of set these fights up a little bit more solidly. I really want to see them avoid these aggressive like jumping directly at Team Ed. Lamp has
yes.
been incredibly on point with these winches. He has been so good at pulling people out of the air, snagging them as they go by. And I mean, we know we know, Grad, right? Like Grad is just
Mhm.
gonna. You're not going to survive in the air against Grad because you have a very
Yeah.
predictable trajectory. You can't really maneuver that much. And they have shown on the side of Team Ed that they are ready for that sort of movement. I want to see Alliance really trying to force these close range engagements a little bit more, especially against like the 93R, something like that, and then the Pike. When you're running the
Yeah.
M11, when you're running this SA12, make sure that you're fighting in a position where that's more beneficial to you. And if you can
Yeah.
force a fight with how split that Grad is sometimes playing, he does this thing where he'll get hit, he'll drop his gateway, and he'll run off, right? And he'll escape the
Mhm.
fight. When he does that, there is a point of time, there's a little window there where he is no longer with his team. That's how they
Yep.
lost their cash out against Nightmare in the match. They ended up taking the match anyways because they won the next cash out.
Mm.
But they lost their cash out because Nightmare did some damage to Grad. He gets away. By the time it takes him to get back to his team, they fell apart when they came onto the heavy and the medium. So they need to be really looking to just force Grad out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, no, that is definitely the strategy that I would employ because it just seems like I keep on saying it. They need to find that one crack, and that's exactly it. You get somebody that's slightly out of position, and that's just something that Team Ed just doesn't do a ton. They have their positioning down to a T. It is one of the best positioning and the best team play I've ever seen in the finals. We've been doing this Waltz for over a year now, and I really do mean that when I say there's just something about the way that they play. It's just so cohesive. It's so well refined, well just mastered. And I wish that I had a better way of describing it other than just like it's just good. It's just good. So you got to
Yeah.
crack that one little bit and find a way to make them scramble and go from being this top tier team to being somebody that just doesn't know how to handle it. And Alliance might be the team to do that. They have one more opportunity to do it. We're switching over to NA Ping and we're going to Cis Horizon. Probably, in my opinion, the most competitive map in the entire game. So the strategies are wild. The teams have played on this for a long time. And boy, it might all come down to this, Waltz.
I'm hoping we do get to see more and Alliance put on a good
Mhm.
show for us because everyone wants to see that. I know our EU supporters are huffing the copium right now, but hopefully it ends up paying off for them. So I'm excited to see where this goes. I do think Alliance still definitely have a chance, and we talked a lot about how Alliance has learned to adapt over this series. I want to see a team force Team Ed to adapt because Ed have just not really been pushed out of their comfort zone whatsoever.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, some of that maybe comes down to just pure execution. You were saying that is just how solid they were at everything they were doing. But, is game three the, potential elimination? Is this where you try something a little different or do you just go back to what works? Do you go back to what you know and hope that this time it actually does something?
I don't know, but we're about to find out as everything gets started on Cis Horizon. This is the last opportunity for all of you Alliance fans to get a win in the books, turn the tide on Team Ed, shut them down at their own game, but it all comes down to this. Carnifex taps the first vault. The battle is about to get started as both teams clash directly on here. Looks like Palma has already taken some good damage. Carnifex as well. All of Alliance is very low, but they get healed back up by their light player. Team Ed now also trying to scramble and get back into it. RPG in hand by Palma could deal some good damage. Bounce pads, but the chaos is already starting. Both teams on top of each other. Normalize going down, but it is all on Palma as he gets spotted out there. But now Palma taking some good damage. It is all Lamp and Palma. There goes Palma down in that battle. Team Ed will take this first vault.
Lamp, just such a consistent heavy as well. If you're going to get into a 1v1 against Lamp, you have to be perfect. You have to hit all your shots. We do see Palma moving back to that goo, as already pointed out on the NA ping. He's going to be running goo instead of those barricades, something that doesn't quite have because of the ping differential. It's a little bit harder to just throw out those barricades, protect things the way you want, but that does mean he has the goo to block off these steals. And already, these teams know these spawns like the back of their hand. They know where teams are going to be showing up. And so Alliance already on the back foot as they spawn in and look to progress onto this cash out.
Yep, there's an APS turret in play as well. Interesting to see that. They're picking it up immediately, but that might change some things. They want to change up their strategy, and I am kind of here for it. Cash out is ticking down. We're about a fourth of the way there. Watching now as Treason is making his way there. He is running the FAMAS as well, so they really have changed some things up on this. They're winch clawing it, trying to pull it into this building. It is a great little position for them in now, and they need to go for it. Normalize taking some damage, and it looks like their light is keeping things off to the side. They are able to get the steal. Maybe this is the turning point. This is where Alliance is able to take it, and now it's all on Palma, and everything just flipped. I was so hopeful there for a second. I thought they had that, but no. Team Ed just came in and just deleted everybody.
Oof. Yeah, the turning point was a very, very brief one. Unfortunately, ended up being a 360 because there is no change of direction for this map right now. Ed still in control, and the team wipes are solidly in their favor. And once again, with the spawns being the same, they're in an even better position to defend this. Artifacts dropping an aggressive gateway, make it through the door. He always throws something a little bit different, but Grad does not miss a beat. He takes out Treason on the way out. No defibs. He's now on the backside. He takes out Carnifex. Normalize getting the winning kill onto that. Long res did go out, so they do have two back up. Treason taking out Grad with that FAMAS. Looks for the defib. He does get Grad back up. 3 on the side of Team Ed. Dueling in the air. FAMAS versus the Pike. Pike currently winning. He's about to take him out. Treason is down. Palma takes out Grad on the back side. It's all Palma again. 2v1. Palma, he's done this so many times, but can he do it now? He has to go for the steal. Normalize, knowing the objective is all that matters, runs towards it, has an extra goo to block things off. Palma looking to stay alive. He cannot stay alive, and he cannot get the steal. Ed, one cash out away from winning the grand finals and PHL Season 1.
Oh my god, yeah, we're gonna get a clip of that. Nice little res on it and a bounce to follow it up. Mid-air combat, we're seeing which is better, Pike or the FAMAS.
Oh, the
and there you have
reload.
it. The Pike is just able to just destroy. You get those headshots and it is over for the most part. Watching now as Normalize continues his Pike play. He sees everybody out right now, and that is going to make it so much harder for Alliance to cross this distance. You see them, they made a good call, pulled back in there, didn't let anybody get any more damage dealt to them, but they are popping off, trying to spot anybody out, peeking these corners, maybe making a move, calling it right now. But boy, Team Ed seems in control of this cash out. They are bridging the gap and making this so much harder for Alliance to push into it. The final, potentially final cash out has been started now. Alliance is very far away. They need to make their approach and really make something happen right now, Waltz.
Potentially the final 2 minutes. An RPG already immediately on top of that lamp, knowing exactly where they were going to show up. Fortunately, they do get the gateway down, but they're being harried from all sides. Normalized, not even close to that RPG, but lamp does go down. Grad takes out the back on the other side. He takes out 2, and Alliance. It was a very aggressive push from them and a nice gateway, but unfortunately, not good enough. They're going to have one more fight, one more chance to get to another game, but this is going to be Ed's grand finals to lose.
Yeah, we see this clip right now, and we just watch Ed just swarm on there. They knew that that RPG from Lamp landed, and the rest of them just came on and were ready to go for it. Well, they have respawned, everybody. This is going to be it. Alliance is making their approach. They're already getting some damage dealt to them. They throw down the APS turret. They are ready to go for it. They're running into it, and I'm not sure what's about to happen, but Waltz, take us through this last minute.
60 seconds away. This is Ed's chance to secure the victory. Lamp and Normalize on the high ground. Grad a little bit off to the side, holding those off angles, but they've witched it in. They're setting up the defenses with the goo. The dome shield goes down. Lamp taking a lot of damage, but he finishes off one. Treason jumped into the middle of them. He goes down. The second one goes down. It's all on Palma. It's over, and Team Ed, the winners of PHL Season 1, not dropping a map in dominant fashion. They've taken this match. They've taken the series. First place in Alliance. They played their absolute hearts out.
Yeah, kudos to Alliance. You went up against the Giant. You tried. There's the respawn. Not going to have enough time. This is going to tick down. And Team Ed has shown us that NA has continued the dominance in the finals. Waltz, we have NA continuing to be on the top. We have an esport, Waltz. We're doing it. We are actually on top. for the second time, and I couldn't have been any happier. But boy, I am excited to get Artie and Jerry in here to break down what we just saw in this series.
Well, folks, you have it here first. Your PHL Season 1 Grand Champs Team Ed. Throughout all the signed orgs that have come through here, just a couple of streamers locking it in for the fun of it, for the love of the game. That's what we love about Team Ed and Team NA. I mean, let's just talk about the fact that Alliance had put so much effort to get to this point. Mind you, their lower bracket run up against Team Secret, up against Nightmare, and then now today just to get completely shunted out by Team Ed. All that progress for one cash out on map 1. Team Ed just had the absolute space. And I know, Jerry, you were DMing me throughout this entire time with such amazing commentary of this is exactly why Team Ed is the winners.
Yeah, they're just chill guys. They're just chill guys, Arnie. That's it. They
seem
went
like it,
through this.
yeah.
They went through this with such a brilliant mental attitude. And what's funniest about it is that they were able to dish out the dirt as well. Like they were mental warriors. There was mental warfare going on. They got in their heads of Alliance early on. Well, okay, I say early on. It took them one cash out to actually get in the heads of Alliance. But then from then, it was just flawless, as has been their entire run so far.
Yep.
And they really were just that notch above everyone. Absolutely everyone in the scene. They are. This was the perfect advert for them. I expect really, really big things from them. But before I have you all lording it over EU, there's still the major to come. We could get the major. There's still time. We've had a team in the grand final now. It's not long before we win one.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, hey, we do still have an interview ahead of us, but while we get that ready, I want to talk with Waltz and Rio. I mean, you guys, what an incredible performance out of Team Ed. I want to say the consistency of Team Ed is what surprised me the most because there were a lot of moments for every team here where the light player just absolutely popped off, or the heavy is hitting the winches, hitting the SA-12 shots. But for Team Ed, it seemed like every game was Grad's game. Every game was there for Lamp, but also Normalize. I think that Normalize absolutely carried that last map. I mean, especially looking at Sis Horizon. But I mean, Waltz, I'll start with you. What do you think was the who do you think was the MVP of Team Ed?
Ooh, yeah. So I'd have to say normalized, like especially for today. I mean, I know Grad had his major moments, but I don't think you can I don't think you can overstate just how huge of an impact Normalize had, not just in the pike shots. I mean, the pike shots are
Yeah.
easy to talk about because they are flashy and they are easy, but enabling Lamp to be exactly where he needed to be every single time, making sure that there were so many shots where Grad would be doing all of the damage and then Normalize would come in and finish it off, right? And it's not, and that's not kill stealing, that's being where he needs to be every single fight. He ends these matches with so many kills because when you get to this high of a level, it's not enough to be able to win your 1v1 fight. You need to also be able to help out your teammates 1v1 every single time. And that's what Ed did so well, is that their communication was enough that when Grad found somebody to fight, instead of just fighting that person, Normalize knew that he had to look that direction. He says, okay, I have to help you. I have to help Lamp here. I'm always where I need to be. And the other players, I mean, you said everyone had their moment. Everyone was playing on full cylinders, but the ability for each member to know exactly what the other player was doing is huge.
100%. I mean, Rio, what's your take on that? What's your stance?
Well, I've said it time and time again that Team Ed just seems to have positioning down. And that's basically what Waltz was touching on in the fact that they just seem to enable each other in their positioning. They seem to just have control of the map. And one of my favorite things is as soon as they get a plug, you can watch them just kind of spread out, set up in their positions, and just be ready for whatever comes their way. And I just don't see that in these other teams. And I was talking to Waltz before this, just kind of like what makes Team Ed just that more proficient, that more just like clean and well rounded? Is that just it? They just don't seem sloppy at any point, and that is some of the highest praise that I can give to a team playing in PHL.
Exactly. I mean, for as much as this team scrims together and just plays, we always talk. They don't VOD review. They just game. They just do what they do. They have built such a cohesive team chemistry that they all know where they are in a fight without having to look. And I think that makes a really big difference. And yeah, I mean, Normalize just always in the right spot. They know how to prio getting into position for Grad's H plus. They know exactly how to get in a position to where, hey, he's going to be able to play off that defib. But Jerry, I mean, another thing as well is for Alliance, it seemed like they were changing strategies over and over again. Team Ed, they stayed the same. It was the same strategy each time. Aggression, impressive.
Yeah, I think when you're just that little bit better, you can afford to do that. And like I said at the start of the game, I don't think anyone's challenged them enough for them to have to break a sweat. So yeah, it was a real game of catch up for Alliance, and I do applaud them for trying to make these adaptations, adapting to the servers at points, changing their approaches. We saw a lot of that during the lower bracket final, especially their performance against Nightmare was exceptional. Their performance against Alliance, sorry, Team Secret at the start of the day was also exceptional. Like they fought some really tough teams to get here, and they did show that they can mix things up over the course of that. But yeah, Team Ed's just they're a different class at the moment, and that's what it comes down to.
Awesome. Alrighty. Well, I think we're going to be ready to bring our interview in. Let's go ahead and bring in the entirety of Team Ed, and we'll
wow.
chat with them a little bit, figure out what is gonna happen during this interview, but also figure out what we can talk to them about. I'm really curious to hear about their strategic mindset through this. I think my main questions are going to roll around to what they were trying to plan for each individual team. Once they get into this channel, we'll figure it out. But everybody in chat, let us know if you have questions. We can ask them. We could direct them over. So everybody in chat, go ahead and write out
we
your
are here.
questions. But for now, welcome into the broadcast. We've got Team
Oh my
Ed
goodness.
locked and ready to go. Welcome in Grad,
Yo.
Lamp, and Normalize.
Congratulations.
Hi, Artie.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Awesome. How you guys doing after that?
I'm eating surprise dumplings. I forgot I left them
I'm
for
eating some
myself.
surprise
Let's
wings.
go.
I'm so hungry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
I feel
actually,
good.
it's all the calories burnt, bro. I'm just starving, but I feel amazing, dude. Today was great.
Phenomenal. Alrighty. Well, I guess I'll start the interview off. Lamp, I want to direct this to you. I mean, you guys seemed so stable throughout all of this. I mean, your strategies stayed the exact same no matter if it was NA or EU. But talk me through it. What was sort of the deciding factor for how you were going to be taking each of these engagements? What was your overall strategy?
I mean, I beg to differ a little bit, Artie. I think the reason why we were so dominant, basically from start to finish, was because we had a game plan for every single team, and we were able to adapt in real time. I mean, if you look at Nozomi, we lose the very first box fight because Treason was on model, and that's not something that we expected. And so we shifted our game plan entirely, and they lost every single fight that followed that. So I think that's where our biggest strength is as a team, to be honest.
Alrighty, Jerry, why don't you take the next question?
Yeah, I was going to ask just how the dynamic works as a team. Just for those of the people at home that are maybe newer, we've got a lot of new viewers in here today. Just to sort of talk us through what your kind of stack mentality is from a mental approach, and also like what roles you're talking about when you're thinking about like making calls and IGLing, things like that. And maybe this is a question. Who would be best suited to answer this question? Actually,
Probably Noah or Lamp.
I was gonna recommend Grad, bro. I don't know.
Let's
Really?
hear from Grad. Let's hear from Grad.
go.
We haven't heard from Grad yet.
Yeah,
I mean-
thank you, bro.
I mean, personally, it's a very fluid team dynamic. I don't think anyone really makes like one hard set calls. I apologize. I have dumplings in my mouth. But nobody really makes any hard set calls. I think when it comes to pathing and things of that nature, we leave that to Noah primarily because of his movement. But we all kind of bounce ideas off of each other of how we want to play things, and it really helps with the dynamic, like immensely.
Great, that's really insightful. Rio, perhaps you want the next question.
Yeah, so one of the things that I consistently saw you guys do is the setup for after you plug. And I am kind of curious what you guys do when you don't have a chance to do that setup. Do you immediately focus on just getting kills, or do you just still try and have some kind of setup? And I'm not sure who to direct that at. Maybe Lamp, because you're kind of making the calls, maybe? I don't know. But how do you guys, that's really the question. How do you guys set up when you don't have time to set up?
Noah?
Me? No, I'll go. For sure. Honestly, I don't even think about anything. I don't think any of us have anything super set. All I kind of try to think of is stay alive, because if you're dead, then you won't win the game. I mean, you know what I mean? That's kind of all that's going through my head. And so I try to stay grouped with my team at all times. I mean, there's really nothing better than staying on, like, stacked with your team. You know what I mean, or
Use
on
the
the same
term tighten
page.
up. We use the
Tighten up,
term
Yeah,
tighten up,
yeah.
tighten up. Yeah, we'd say that all the time. Tighten up, and it's like, yeah, we just do it very naturally all the time, and I do it definitely just like subconsciously. And I think all three of us are just really good at that. It's just kind of like there's not even much really thought into it, and at least for me, at least personally. And I try and lead Lamp into, safety and stuff, and we try and, brawl it out whenever we can. Like I'll take it wherever, you know what I mean? And we're both confident. All three of us are confident to win whatever ones, whatever fights we need to. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it really just meshes really well between all three of us. Like, you know what I mean? We're all just sort of one brain cell. Not very many more than one, but it's one for sure at least.
Unity.
Yeah.
Yeah, the unity matters more than the actual brain itself, in my
I
opinion.
do love that. I'm listening to your guys' comms, and the comms are always like positive, but you're always all talking, and I think that's really cool. Lamp seems to be louder than everyone else. I feel like I heard him screaming a lot of the time. So
I'm
yeah,
passionate.
yeah.
I'm passionate.
I try and keep it to pathing, and we always that's my dream, just to have a team that all three could, sort of
Mm.
pitch in as it is, because I've been with teams, you know what I mean, that just, you know what I mean, like you don't really have the comms that I want, because in my eyes I kind of envision everything like I have walls, right? And like I kind of just look through it, see like what I need to do at this time, you know what I mean? Like it's sounds oddly complicated, but it's very simple to me.
Yeah, I do have
So
one kind of more minutia question for you, Lamp, specifically, because you were the only person we saw pick up Mesh for even a moment, and we saw you
Oh,
pick
yeah.
up Deagles briefly. Is that purely a map decision? Do you think there's still even a place for those in a world dominated by Winch SA12? Mesh Deagles took me by surprise.
I mean, that's a testament to how much we practice and how much we workshop ideas. I think for our playstyle, like Winch is better than Mesh, like especially just in a vacuum. But like we play Mesh on primarily Bernal and Soul and a little bit of Skyway too, even though we didn't play any Skyway today. And so it's really just a team decision. I think most teams are probably going to do best on Winch, but for what we want to accomplish and how we like to maneuver around the map and kind of ebb and flow between disengaging and re-engaging, I think Mesh just provides us a lot of opportunities. And Deagles came through big in that Soul game. I remember Gremlin was on rafters on the very last box running across, and he just wasn't paying really any respect to it at all, and it allowed me to get a huge pick, and we just snowballed that instantly. And by the time that wipe is over, they have no more time to really respawn and reclaim the box, and so it was an easy map for us. And something like that is simply not possible on Deagles, and so we found a lot of success using Deagles on a couple different maps.
Awesome. Amazing insights. Thank you so much for that. I have one final question for you guys. This obviously PHL is only one segment now of the wider finals esports. And so I want to ask you guys if this has made you even more confident in preparations for the major, if you guys are changing anything up, getting ready for that. And what are your guys' thoughts? We're 2 weeks away from open qualifiers, and how are we feeling going into it?
I mean, we were just talking about it, and we were saying as long as we just stay fluid, continue to keep our mindset that we currently have, and just continue refining everything that we have going on, there shouldn't be any issues whatsoever.
we're fine. Shout out.
Shout
out
out Refine.
Shout out Refine.
Mhm.
Right,
Did it for
I think
them.
we set
Did
the
it for
bar.
them.
I think
That
we
was
set the bar,
perfect.
and if any team wants to win
Yeah.
a major, like they're gonna have to play at our level. So
Awesome.
That's
I like that.
aura. Absolutely incredible. But so yeah, before we go, Team Ed, do you have any shout outs you guys want to do before we kick you back out of our channel?
Mm.
oh man,
God.
yeah.
Okay.
Without
Shout out
him,
my
none of
mom.
it's
Shout out
none of
my
it's
dog.
possible. Shout out his mom, his
Okra.
dog. He loves his dog.
Okra.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd also like to shout out Grad's mom. Thank you guys so much for coming through. I really appreciate having you guys here.
Yeah.
Team
Brad's
Ed,
dog is the best.
everybody, the PHL Season 1 champs.
Love you, PHL. Thank you for
Bro,
making
love
everything
you, bro.
possible, guys. I
Thank
love
you for
y'all.
this awesome.
Mwah.
Oh,
Love you
That was
guys
a
as
lot of
well.
fun, bro.
Yeah. It was amazing.
Much love to Team Ed. Thank you guys so much for bringing good vibes. And thank you, chat, for being here today. This has been such a fun experience. shout out to Walt and Rio for some of the most incredible casting I've heard. Shout out to my co-caster Jerry. I'm so thankful we had more time together to be able to bring the heat to everybody here. And a huge shout out to everybody in Pro Hub's staff, everybody at the PHL working behind the scenes to make this all work like a well-oiled machine. Shout out to also everybody on Twitch. Shout out to Atelco. Shout out to Lycommit. Everybody that's bringing scene more and more love every day. Another huge shout out to our benefactor, Broxton, aka Crash, via PR Chief Officer, for making this prize pool what it is and for helping to uplift the community in every single aspect. Chat, I want to remind you guys that this is not the end. This is just the beginning. This is the end of season 1, but we have so much more on the horizon. Next Sunday, you can tune in for the Luck Cup. It is a Korean style ban tournament, and we're testing it out. It's going to be a community tournament right here on twitch.tv/ProHubsTF. So make sure you tune in next Sunday. So, hey, I mean, my fellow desk, is there any final shout outs before we send this all away?
Nope.
A huge shout out to
Nope, we're
the
good.
community is incredible. Love everyone. The players have done so much. Everyone, all of our players along the way, even those who did not make it to the grand finals, put in so much effort. They put in so much time. If you enjoy those guys, definitely go check them out on Twitch. Watch them because they're going to be scrimming for these qualifiers. There's so much more to the competitive scene than you are aware of. It's really cool to see everyone support it, and I appreciate every single one of you.
Yeah, and a big shout
Amazing.
out to the Finals Central and Finals Italia, the two people that are running the B streams and kind of helping out new players and everybody kind of learn about the finals. So big shout out to them because we couldn't do it without them.
I want to shout out
Absolutely.
Grad's mum. That's my shout out again.
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate that. But yeah, absolutely amazing. Another shout out to the orgs, to Envy, to Alliance, to Nightmare, to Team Secret, for SSG. Still announce your roster. Pulsar, of course, as well. Thank you guys so much for everything. And hey, there's gonna be a lot more from PHL, so make sure you stay tuned, stay subscribed, join the Discord, hit all those buttons, and we will see you in the next one.